To order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Lord God, through whom we find liberty and peace, lead us in your righteousness and make the way straight before our lawmakers. As they grapple with complex issues and feel the need for your guidance, lead them to the decision that will best glorify you. Looking to you to guide them, may they not be overwhelmed. Remembering the promise in the 84th Psalm that no weapon formed against them will be able to prosper. May your good blessings continue to be with us, and may we, in response to your abiding love, ever seek to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with you. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, sir.
Here, how you doing?
Okay, good. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Maria A. Lanahan of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Iowa.
first of all, I have a unanimous consent request that the following interns on the Committee of Agriculture be granted floor privileges through December 12, 2025. Mara Halcock, Elise Sharp.
Without objection.
One of the most fundamental constitutional responsibilities afforded Congress is the power of the purse. It grants Congress the authority to raise and spend revenue, to operate the government, and examine spending decisions. The federal government is primarily funded through 12 annual appropriation bills. The federal fiscal year begins on October 1st of each year. If the appropriation bills are not signed into law by September 30th, lawmakers and the president must agree on a temporary spending resolution that's known in this town as a continuing resolution, keeping the government open for business. If that fails, the unfunded parts of government shut down. History has repeatedly shown that shutting down the government is bad policy and also bad politics. It costs the taxpayers money to shut down the government and even more to reopen it. A government shutdown reduces essential services for the American people, erodes the trust of the American people, and limits the ability of Congress to conduct oversight over federal government operations. Government shutdowns don't make for a great bargaining tool. How many times have we heard members of both political parties, probably not at the same time, but say, if I don't get what I want, I'm not going to vote for a continuing resolution, we're going to shut down the government. What happens after a few days, or even one case 3 weeks? Eventually the heat gets so bad that Congress votes to reopen the government, And the members who crowed that they were going to shut down the government if they didn't get what they wanted were eventually pushing for certain policy changes that they wanted, usually in the end don't get what they want. That's why it's bad politics as well as bad financial management. Instead, Congress is in the same spot, but now is stuck with a last-minute omnibus bill or a long-term continuing resolution. Neither a last-minute omnibus or a long-term continuing resolution allows Congress to carefully analyze spending and make necessary tough decisions. In other words, that's not a good replacement for passing 12 appropriation bills separately. In short, shutdowns have always been a losing proposition for the American people. On Thursday, I joined Senator Lankford and others in reintroducing a bill entitled Prevent Government Shutdown Act. This bill would permanently end government shutdowns by creating an automatic continuing resolution. This would continue critical services and operations and hold federal workers harmless while Congress negotiates a final spending agreement. To encourage members and the President to reach an agreement on funding, the Lankford bill would prohibit members of Congress, congressional staffs, and Office of Management and Budget officials from traveling outside of Washington, D.C. during the automatic continuing resolution. In other words, do your job, stay here in town till you get it done, and prevent a shutdown. It would also prevent Congress from recessing or from considering legislation unrelated to appropriation bills with limited exceptions after 30 days of an automatic continuing resolution. So, Congress needs to stop governing from crisis to crisis, respect the appropriations process, and fulfill its constitutional responsibilities to keep the government funded. Moreover, we need to put an end to recurring political sideshow of costly government shutdowns. I yield the floor, suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, a new report came out last month detailing who benefits from the working families tax relief that Republicans enacted in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And here's what they found. Americans in every county in America will see tax relief from this bill. Let me say that again. Americans in every county in America will see tax relief from this bill. Mr. President, I said this was a new report, but it's hardly news for Republicans. We knew what we were doing when we crafted this bill. We knew that we were enacting tax relief that would benefit people in every corner of this country. We knew it would benefit people of every income level, and that the greatest proportional benefit would go to working Americans. That's what we did in 2017. In 2017, we cut taxes for all Americans, and the greatest proportional benefit went to working Americans. And what we did this year with the One Big Beautiful Bill was make that tax relief permanent. Now, hardworking American families can be confident they won't see a tax hike next year or in the years to come. And they can spend, invest, and save more of their hard-earned money with greater confidence for the future. Mr. President, this morning I want to walk through how working families will benefit from our legislation. The 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act lowered tax rates for every income level and adjusted tax brackets to provide additional relief. But those reforms are going to expire this year without action from Congress. What that would have meant is that a typical family earning $80,000 a year would have seen its tax rate jump from 12% to 15% next year. Not only that, that family would have lost other benefits like the increased standard deduction and the increased child tax credit. The standard deduction, which is something that 90% of taxpayers in this country use to simplify and reduce their taxes, would have been cut nearly in half. And the child tax credit would have shrunk from $2,000 per child to $1,000 per child. For people in my state, that would have meant paying an average $2,500 more in taxes next year. $2,500. Republicans were determined not to let that happen. And with our bill in July, we locked in the lower tax rates permanently. We also made permanent the increased child tax credit and actually increased it further to $2,200 per child, and then linked it to inflation so it won't ever lose its value. And then we made the higher standard deduction permanent as well. We also added a $6,000 bonus deduction for seniors. And then we eliminated taxes on tips, something that will benefit millions of Americans who earn part of their income from tips. That includes servers, busboys, bartenders, Uber, Lyft, and taxi drivers, hairstylists, tour guides, and a whole host of other Americans. Working people who once dreaded big tax bills on their tips every April are now breathing a little easier. And they're already making plans to save that money, put it toward their schooling, or use it for groceries and other needs of their families. We also eliminated the tax on overtime pay. That means that folks like police officers, first responders, and nurses won't have to pay taxes on the money they earn when they spend time away from their families working extra shifts to keep us safe. It's also a boon to Americans who put in overtime working in manufacturing and the trades. Hardworking Americans who spend the workday on their feet and take a shower after work, not before. Mr. President, all of these reforms make for a tax code that works for working people. That gives them more breathing room in their budgets and helps them to build a better future for their families. Mr. President, I also want to say a word about what this bill does for Americans who work for themselves. Family-run businesses, farmers, and ranchers, like the people I represent in South Dakota, are the backbone of a lot of American communities. Their families' livelihoods, job creators, and part of Americans' way of life. And this bill makes sure our tax code helps them grow. Small businesses, farms, and ranches will all benefit from the permanent lower tax rates in this bill. Those that are pass-through businesses will also benefit from the 199A small business deduction, which is also now a permanent fixture of the tax code. These provisions free up cash that will allow family farms and ranches and small businesses to invest in their operations and their workers. And then there are the investment incentives this bill makes permanent. Bonus depreciation for new equipment, meaning a farmer can deduct the full cost of a new tractor or combine the year he or she starts using it. A factory owner can deduct the full cost of approving his or her assembly line. A construction company can invest in new vehicles and technology more easily. Immediate expensing for research and development is also now permanent, a provision that has had a meaningful impact on getting innovative technologies off the ground in South Dakota and around the country. We also raised the exemption threshold for the death tax, which means a lot more family businesses, farms, and ranches are protected from this fundamentally flawed tax and the costly estate planning that comes with it. It means Americans who have worked their entire lives building up their dream won't have to worry about that dream being sold off or dismantled to settle a tax bill when they pass it on to the next generation. Mr. President, with the Working Families Tax Reform Republicans enacted this year, America's tax code is now permanently oriented toward supporting hardworking Americans, helping the people who work every day to build a better future for their children, ensuring that they keep more of their hard-earned money, and making America stronger and more prosperous. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
I recognize the Democrat leader.
ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, a few moments ago, we got more news that the economy Donald Trump is sabotaging is in worse shape than we imagined. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that the economy added about 900,000 fewer jobs than originally thought through the early part of this year. This report shows one thing. The job market was already struggling, and this report shows one thing. The job market was already struggling when Donald Trump took office, and he has made it much worse. His tariffs are raising prices. His tariffs are making factories slow down. His big, ugly bill is kicking 16 million people off health care. Unemployment is going up. Health insurance premiums are going up. And people are less optimistic about the future as they struggle to make ends meet. When Donald Trump came in, he said he was starting the golden age. He was criticizing Joe Biden, but he's doing worse and worse and worse every month. Under Donald Trump, since Donald Trump has taken office, as these numbers show, there are fewer jobs, there are higher prices, there's less opportunity for the American people. The economy is clearly getting worse under Donald Trump's stewardship. His policies are leaving the American people holding the bag, and they don't like it. On nominations, the story of this Republican majority has been a story of surrender, a surrender of the Senate's power over to Donald Trump. That's especially true with the nominations process. What's going on right now with nominations is beyond the pale. Donald Trump has nominated as a whole some of the worst, some of the most unqualified, some of the most unscrupulous loyalists ever to serve in the federal government. These nominees are just horrible, one after the other. And now Republicans don't even want to vote on them. I understand why. They know how bad these nominees are, and they don't want to be held accountable. They know the American people would be appalled if they knew what kind of people Trump is trying to confirm and bring into the government. So what do? Do Republicans send these terrible nominees back to Donald Trump and say, try again, try someone better, which previous Republican senators had done, even under Republican presidents? Nope, of course not. Not these Republicans. Oh, no. They'd rather go nuclear, change the way the Senate confirms nominees to make the confirmation process easier, faster, more hidden, with virtually no scrutiny or accountability. Republicans don't want to be forced to vote on some of these awful people. They don't want to go on record one at a time, so they'd rather turn the Senate into a conveyor belt and escape accountability. Just look at the kinds of nominees that have already gone through this chamber and tell me if you think this is normal. That Senate Republicans have already approved anti-vaxxers and pseudoscientists to serve as public health officials to lead American health policy. Not just quacks like RFK Jr., but people like Jay Bhattacharya, who opposed health care guidelines during COVID and policies meant to keep our kids safe in school. Thanks to Republicans, he's now leading America's health care system. God help us. And if Republicans go nuclear, it's going to get even worse. It's insane that Republicans have allowed the Department of Justice to be staffed by Donald Trump's own personal lawyers who prosecute his enemies, exonerate his friends, regardless of the law. It's a disgrace. That's a mark of dictatorship when that happens, when there's no rule of law in prosecutorial agencies. Thanks to Republicans, we now have podcasters and influencers in senior leadership at the FBI. People like Dan Bongino, someone with zero experience at the agency. And if Republicans go nuclear, it's going to get even worse, because nominees will be hidden. There won't be accountability. There won't be votes on individual nominees. Finally, it's utterly insane that every Trump nominee has had to pass a litmus test about denying the legitimacy of the 2020 election, when everyone knows that Donald Trump made up a whole bunch of lies about the 2020 election. and keeps talking about it unproven. But you have to pass this litmus test. Was the election faked? Did Trump really win? They have to say yes. That means they're willing to lie for Donald Trump. And so Republicans are going nuclear to hide people like this from the public eye because they don't want to be forced to take a vote on them. Well, sorry, Republicans. In the Constitution, voting on nominees is our job. And when we have a president like this one, which you know he has no sense of integrity or honesty or fidelity to the truth, you know he's a president who doesn't care about acting corruptly, look what he's doing with his own personal wealth, then the Senate's job is to scrutinize and review nominees, and it's doubly important under a president like this. I warn my Republican colleagues, they will come to regret this move, because what goes around comes around. They may not like being on the receiving end of the changes they will bring to bear this week. After all, when Democrats were last in charge, we were able to confirm a record number of judges to the bench. I ask my Republican colleagues to think carefully, very carefully, before moving forward on this awful, awful provision that goes nuclear and blows up even worse the Senate rules. On Epstein, yesterday, the House Oversight Committee released a salacious drawing, the figure of a woman drawn around the text of a lewd poem. And at the bottom, Donald Trump's signature. Where did this image come from? From the Epstein estates. You know what this looks like to every American? Donald Trump is yet again lying to the American people. He said for months that he never signed anything. He said this letter was, quote, non-existent. He said the Wall Street Journal, often his political ally, is lying. But the letter is right now before our eyes. It's gross. The American people can see for themselves that Donald Trump is an inveterate liar. There's no turning away from it. We've had probably, almost certainly, the most dishonest president in American history who will just lie at will. It's his MO. The Epstein saga is perhaps the nastiest example of a trend that infects his entire presidency, an infection of lies, dishonesty, dodging, self-enrichment. It's as if lying to Trump is like oxygen is to the rest of us. He needs to do it. One must imagine the truth to be fatal to him. And if Donald Trump disagrees, if he's got a problem with anything about this, the answer is simple. He should release the Epstein files. He should tell the truth. What he should not be doing is calling the Epstein files a Democratic hoax. A Democratic hoax? Does he think his supporters are stupid? Does he think the American people are stupid? No one believes him when he says this. Came from the Wall Street Journal, hardly a Democratic newspaper. Shame on you, Mr. President. Shame on you for lying to the American people. Shame on you for lying about this. Shame on you for lying about so many other things. Donald Trump and his minions are trying desperately to put this issue back in the bottle. At the same time, Americans are struggling to make ends meet. Americans are struggling to retain their trust in government after so many lies from the president. Americans are struggling to keep their jobs, paying their bills, and providing for their kids. And then when they look to the White House and see a president on a score-search campaign to try and hide the truth about Jeffrey Epstein, they say, how can they trust Donald Trump on anything else? How can Americans trust a president who lies not only about the Epstein files, but about the economy, who says that things are actually great, that there is no inflation, who pathetically urges foreign leaders to tell the Nobel Committee to give him the Nobel Peace Prize? In reality, unemployment's going up, manufacturing's going down, his own tariffs are forcing companies to raise prices. How can anyone trust a president like Donald Trump who lied about Medicaid? Remember when he said Medicaid would not be touched by his big, beautiful bill? And now Medicaid has seen the biggest cuts in American history. Donald Trump lied to the American people about Social Security. He said he wouldn't touch it. And now Social Security is being strangled by Donald Trump in cuts that come straight from the Doge playbook. He said he would usher in a golden age. Friday, we learned that unemployment continues to rise. Autocrats lie. They reject reality, spin fantasy to try and retain control. That's what Donald Trump is doing. He is poisoning the soul of America and betraying the people who trusted him to fight for their interests. And President Trump, if you disagree with me, if you have a problem with anything I'm saying, my answer is very simple. Do what you said you'd do. Release the Epstein files. Release the Epstein files. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor having just listened to the minority leader talk about the nominations that the President has made to fill out the positions in government. The United States Senate has standards, we have customs, we have long-established traditions, and these include allowing a president to fill out the team he needs for the government to function. These traditions go all the way back to George Washington. So let me remind the senator from New York about how the Senate functions, is supposed to function, before he and those with this Trump derangement syndrome have come to the position that the country shouldn't be allowed to function. Because exactly 235 years ago this week, the Senate used its advising consent powers, and they used them for the first time. President George Washington nominated Alexander Hamilton to be the Secretary of the Treasury. The Senate confirmed him immediately. The official Senate history says minutes later, perhaps even before the messenger returned to the President's office, senators approved Hamilton unanimously. That has been the standard for more than 2 centuries. Senate Democrats have now, under Chuck Schumer, trashed this tradition of the United States Senate. Confirming even the most routine nominees is now a long and bitter fight. From Hamilton's confirmation in 1789 to Schumer's unprecedented, obstinate obstruction going on today, the Senate has gone from speed to stalemate. Prior to the Senator Schumer trying to shut down the Senate and shut down the confirmation process, routine nominees cleared the Senate chamber quickly, by voice vote, by unanimous consent, and often in groups. More than half of every president's nominees were confirmed that way until this year. 90% or more of president nominees were confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent from the days of George Washington all the way through the presidency of Barack Obama. During President Trump's first term, Democrats cut it down to 65%. Now, during the second term, it is 0. Absolutely 0 of President Trump's nominees have been confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Not a single nominee has been confirmed that way since President Trump took office almost 8 months ago. President Trump is the first president in the United States history to not have a single nominee confirmed by voice voter unanimous consent, not one. Never happened before in the history of the United States. Maybe Chuck Schumer's proud of that. Maybe he's going to use it around with the Democrats in the far left wing of his party, who continue to be radical, extreme, dangerous, and scary and don't want this country heading in the right direction. But it's a disgrace what he has done to the United States Senate. This is the Schumer confirmation shutdown. He and the Senate Democrats are forcing the Senate to waste hundreds of legislative hours because they have filibustered each and every one of President Trump's nominees, every single one. 109 sub-cabinet nominees have been confirmed this year. Democrats filibustered every one of the 109, and that calls for 2 separate roll call votes with 2 hours in between set aside for debate. Now, of the 109 nominees, in those 2 hours that were set aside for each one of those 109, 81 of them, not a single word was spoken by the Democrats on the floor about any of them. Chuck Schumer just came to the floor and he said something. He said, these nominees are not qualified. They didn't say anything about when any of these 81 actually came to the Senate floor, when we voted through cloture and then waited 2 hours for the Democrats. They talked about other things. They didn't talk about the nominees. They're so bad, why didn't they talk about them? The average amount of time on all of these sub-cabinet nominees spent by the Democrats, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. 81 of them, they said nothing. Only 7 of them did they talk about for more than 10 minutes. If they're so bad, why aren't they talking about them? Because these people are qualified. But they were delayed for no reason other than the Trump derangement syndrome. Each one has been confirmed after maximum amounts of time have expired. That's time that should have been spent on legislation. But no, the Democrats don't want us to be able to legislate. Is what they've done advise and consent? No. Is it congressional oversight? No. Is it serious scrutiny? No. It is obstruction on autopilot. That's what we're seeing in this body by those Democrats led by Chuck Schumer, the king of the shutdown. No president has ever faced a total shutdown of nominees like President Trump has under the Democrats and Chuck Schumer. This has resulted in a historic backlog. Today, 149 qualified, ready-to-serve nominees are still waiting to be considered here on the Senate floor, and they are stuck in Senate purgatory. Now, we know these nominees are qualified despite what Senator Schumer said on this floor just a couple of minutes ago. How do I know they're qualified? Well, the FBI has vetted each and every one of them. The Office of Government Ethics has reviewed each and every one of them. The Senate committees who held hearings heard from all of these nominees, and they were all voted successfully out of committee. And let me just point out to Chuck Schumer that over half of them earned bipartisan support, with Democrats voting for them in the committee. Yet here on the Senate floor, Senate Democrats are stonewalling their consideration. And Mr. President, there's still more than 800 nominees and nominations and positions in our government that still need to be filled. So this week, Senate Republicans are going to restore these long-standing traditions of the Senate to get back to the way the Senate is supposed to work. Nominees who have been successfully approved by Senate committees will now be considered and confirmed in groups. This is keeping with the long-standing traditions of how this body operates. The Republican plan is similar to one that was proposed by Senators Klobuchar and King in 2023. At the time, they said that they were facing obstruction. 62% of Joe Biden's nominees had been confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. So this updated process applies only to the routine executive branch positions. This is pretty simple. We're talking about positions like deputy secretaries, assistant secretaries, deputy assistant secretaries, ambassadors, hundreds more. These are the positions that in the past have never required a roll call vote on the floor of the United States Senate. America needs these men and women working, not stuck in some procedural traffic jam. The process of cabinet level and judicial nominees remains the same. They're going to continue to come to the floor individually for debate, discussion, and vote. These rule changes will get the Senate working again, doing the business of the American people. 8 months now into President Trump's second term, only 12% of President Trump's team is in place. Now remember, modern presidents have over 1,000 positions to be filled. At this pace, it would take over 1,000 additional hours of Senate time on the floor to fill them. No Senate, Democrat or Republican, has ever operated this way. No president, Democrat or Republican, can govern efficiently under the current abuse by the Democrats. The Schumer confirmation shutdown leaves critical jobs unfilled in our government. That weakens our economy. It undermines our international diplomacy. It jeopardizes our safety. It disrespects the will of the voters. This rules update will clear this backlog of nominees, and it will allow us to scrutinize nominees effectively and confirm qualified nominees efficiently. Committees are still going to hold hearings. They'll still question the nominees. There'll still be all of the background work, and then the FBI checks will still be done. The Office of Government Ethics will still review the conflicts. None of that changes. What changes is this pointless partisan delay right here on the Senate floor. What we are doing today is restoring the Senate's constitutional responsibility. That responsibility is advise and consent, not stall and delay. President Trump was elected to get America back on track. He deserves to have his team on the job, and so do the American people. Senate Republicans are committed to make the Senate work again, just as it has for every president up until now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Just the absence of a quorum.
Roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Minority Whip.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
Ask unanimous consent to be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's been my honor and one of the highlights of my Senate career to watch the restoration of democracy in the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. I've said on the floor many times with real pride, my mother was born in Lithuania, and she was an immigrant to this country at the age of 2. She never made it back to her home country where she was born, but I did, even to the town where she was baptized and raised before she came to the United States. It's been quite a journey. In 1978 or 79, I visited what was then a Soviet Socialist Republic of Lithuania. And I'm still struck by the images which were so common there, the gray Soviet approach to things, both physical and otherwise, and the belief that these poor people were under the subjugation of Moscow at a time when they deserved independence. And then to have served in the House of Representatives and again in the Senate and watch the evolution of Lithuania as well as Latvia and Estonia as democratic countries. Then the amazing development where they became part of NATO and part of the European Union and became Western viewing nations and equal partners with other countries in Europe when it came to security and democracy. It's remarkable. And yet I'm not naive. I know these are small countries and they would be easily overwhelmed by Russia if that were their Russian ambition. So I've tried over the years to maintain the strong relationship between the Baltic states and NATO and also the strong relationship with the United States and these 3 Baltic nations. One of the things that I've worked on for a number of years is known as the Baltic Security Initiative. It's an investment by the United States of several $1 million in the training of troops in the Baltic states so that they're prepared if they're brought into any conflict. It's a modest investment. They have shown their good faith on their side by maintaining strong support for NATO and contributions to it. But the Baltic Security Initiative is an incentive for them to continue along those lines. As I said, I'm not naive about the situation. Being part of NATO means that our alliance will stand by them if they are ever invaded by another country. I hope that never happens. But if it does, it means that NATO is there. They cannot go it alone, but they certainly have shown they're prepared to do their part to demonstrate their commitment to democracy and the values the United States shares. We are now considering the National Defense Authorization Bill. It's an important piece of legislation which we every year take seriously and pass, and I hope we do this time as well. I have offered amendments that would strengthen our alliances and my bipartisan amendment to authorize the Baltic Security Initiative. Since I created the program by including it in the fiscal year 21 appropriation bill, this initiative has provided millions of dollars in dedicated security assistance to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. These important NATO allies are on the front lines against Russian aggression. They have a long history of experiencing Russian tyranny, and I firmly believe they've also been targets of Putin if they were not members of NATO. There are some of the top NATO members in terms of military expenditure as a percentage of GDP, something President Trump has rightfully urged. I have visited bases in Lithuania where American and other NATO allies are working closely to deter Russian aggression. Yet, despite the clear success of this program, we recently learned the Trump administration announced last week that it intends to suspend the European security programs, including the Baltic Security Initiative. That would be music to the ears of Vladimir Putin, and it sends a dangerous signal as Putin continues to attack Ukraine, and despite assurances from President Trump that he wanted to end the war in Ukraine on his first day in office. As I mentioned, I'm the son of a Lithuanian immigrant. My mother's family knew she could depend on the United States and all it stood for when they gave up their home in Lithuania and came to this country. We should not allow the president to unilaterally threaten our alliance that has been carefully threaded over decades and decades. I am grateful to the senior senator from Iowa, Senator Grassley, for joining me on the amendment which I'm going to offer on the Baltic Security Initiative. I urge my colleagues to join us. I'm reaching out to colleagues on both sides of the aisle and asking them to stand with me for the Baltics, to make it clear to Putin this is not going to be easy picking for him in the future. They are part of the NATO alliance and a worthy part as well. We should continue our support, and I hope the Baltic Security Initiative is an indication of that. I urge colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in this bipartisan effort to support the Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. I yield the floor.
Senator from Mississippi.
First, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled roll call vote. Wicker for up to 10 minutes, Reed for up to 15 minutes, Cotton for up to 5 minutes, and Tuberville for up to 10 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now let me say I come to the floor today to join with President Trump and with a bipartisan majority of my colleagues in the Senate, calling for another tougher round of sanctions against Russia and its war machine. For the past 8 months, President Trump and President Zelensky have extended the hand of peace. Ukraine is committed to a ceasefire. President Trump has sat down personally with Vladimir Putin on U.S. soil. In response, President Putin has mocked the peace process by repeatedly escalating his attacks on the free people of Ukraine. And he's doing so even as we speak. Over the weekend, Russia launched its largest aerial attack of the war. Putin rained over 800 Iranian-designed drones and missiles down on cities across Ukraine, including the capital, Kyiv. For the first time, Russia damaged Ukraine's main government building, where the cabinet of ministers meets. The burning building symbolizes Putin's ultimate prize. His dictatorship seeks to take down Ukraine's democratically elected government. On Sunday, President Trump said he's ready to increase the economic pressure against Russia. I agree. So does commentator Mark Levin, an experienced political writer and analyst and a prominent advocate for President Trump and his agenda. After the attack, Mr. Levin put it well when he said, "It's time to unleash an economic barrage against Putin and sell NATO what Ukraine needs to slam back." I say amen. Do not tolerate Putin's lies and games any longer. President Trump has given Vladimir Putin every chance to show who he is. And time and again, Putin has shown himself to be a war criminal. Economic and military punishment is all Putin understands, and it's all he deserves. Here's a brief refresher, Mr. President. In February, Vladimir Putin marked the 3rd anniversary of his invasion by launching what was then the largest drone strike of the war. The next month, Ukraine agreed to a ceasefire, even though Ukraine is the one being invaded. The episode previewed a pattern that has continued ever since. Ukraine shows its intention for peace and security, and Putin always escalates his unprovoked attacks. In March, Russia launched drones and ballistic missiles into a residential neighborhood in President Zelensky's hometown. Putin fired cluster munitions into the city, sending shrapnel in. Where did he send it? Into restaurants, homes, a children's playground. He killed 9 children in that strike. And once again, the world saw Vladimir Putin escalate, targeting a non-military town, because that's where President Zelensky is from. The actions of a war criminal who should be in prison. In the following months of this year, Presidents Trump and Zelensky remained committed to peace. But then in May, Putin launched 273 drones against Ukraine. It was a new record, but he broke that even evil benchmark a few days later in the largest combined drone and missile attack of the war so far. He launched 367 aerial weapons against Ukraine. Once again, the world saw Putin escalate, proving to be a war criminal. Amid the brutality, Vladimir Putin has played games with peace talks. We've all seen it. With one hand, he signals interest in negotiations. With another, he lobs bombs and kills civilians. In early July of this year, he once again upped the ante. He sent 728 drones and 13 missiles to Ukraine, making clear his evil intention. Once again, the world saw Putin escalate, proving to be, again, a war criminal. At this point, I need to mention that those attacks are making little progress for the invading Russians. That's a strong testament to the will and resolve of the Ukrainian people and military who are simply defending their own country, their own soil, and doing so admirably. In the aftermath of this attack in July, President Trump made the correct assessment that Vladimir Putin talks nice and then he bombs everybody. Those are President Trump's words, and I congratulate him on that observation. The barrage prompted President Trump to work with NATO to supply Ukraine with more arms. He also gave Russia a deadline to pursue peace. And just this weekend, the world saw the war criminal escalate again. He dropped more than 800 Russian drones onto civilians, neighborhoods, and government buildings. Vladimir Putin sent an unambiguous message. He is not interested in peace. He is interested in conquering Ukraine, and he won't stop there. As if this weekend's attacks were not clear enough, a sign of his intentions, Putin continued his brutality just this morning. Just this morning, Mr. President. He launched a glide missile into a village, killing at least 24 Ukrainians who had lined up to receive their pension payments. Nearly 24 more were wounded, and the statistics are still coming in. Just last week, Russia struck another hospital, this time in Donetsk, killing 2 people and damaging medical facilities. I could go on with more examples, but it's worth stopping here to again make the point that former Secretary Mike Pompeo made in an interview just this morning with Brian Kilmeade on Fox News. The first is that there's very little military objective to strikes like these. 24 innocents killed is a tragedy, but it's not a resounding military success. That's because Putin has not and cannot make very many resounding military successes. The second is that Putin clearly has no intention to stop. This morning, former Secretary Pompeo, a distinguished former member of President Trump's cabinet, said Vladimir Putin has zero interest in any negotiated solution. Zero interest. He's going to stay at this until there is an enormous cost imposed on him, and I think that's what the President of the United States was saying just a day or so ago. In other words, there's no reason to believe that Putin wants anything less than to take the country of Ukraine successfully, and he will not stop until he's forced to stop. The Kremlin is projecting confidence at home, but that confidence is a sham. This morning, a Moscow newspaper was honest enough to say, quote, "The Kremlin believes Russia is slowly but surely achieving its goals in Ukraine." I disagree with that, by the way, Mr. President. To continue the quote, so Moscow doesn't intend to stop or feel any desire for half-hearted solutions and half-baked compromises, unquote. could there be any doubt that this is a true statement? They have a fake confidence, but they have no intention of stopping. Mr. Putin is regularly shutting down internet access for Russian citizens. So they won't know what's going on in the war, so they won't know how slowly they're moving, allowing only approved sites that do not allow the truth to come through. This is Russian totalitarianism at its best, or worst. Putin hopes to project enough confidence at home to sustain the war effort and wear Ukraine down. Abroad, he hopes to wait out the West with fake peace talks while he continues pummeling Ukraine with missiles and drones of death. And where does Putin's reign of fire come from? It comes from Russia's war machine, which produces what seems to be an endless supply of deadly drones, but it does not have to be endless. Today, Russia barely has the economic capacity to continue bombarding Ukraine, barely. But now, at last, President Trump has indicated he is willing to cut off that capacity. Again, I say amen. We must be willing to cut it off. And again, a huge bipartisan majority of senators have said this. Russia's friends are only encouraging his villainy. China is buying and selling with Russia, enabling its war machine. North Korea sent its own troops to assist Russia's soldiers on the battlefield. Iran designs and supplies weapons. That is a troubling axis of aggressors. In the face of such malicious collaboration, we must use every available tool to increase pressure on Putin's war machine. Extending the hand of peace has not worked with this dictator because this dictator is not interested in peace. He will respond only to strength. He will act only if his war machine begins running out of funds, and we can help accomplish that. The United States Senate has shown broad support for increasing Russian sanctions. 84 senators have signed on to a tough sanctions bill that can help us bankrupt Putin's war machine. I'm ready to work with my colleagues and the president to put real costs on Putin for these war crimes. I congratulate the President of the United States for his strong statement this weekend. As Mark Levin said, let us unleash an economic barrage against Putin. Well said. Let's do it today. And I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Last week, excuse me, Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, President Trump gave 2 orders to the U.S. military that were astonishing, even by this administration's standards. First, he ordered the Department of Defense to be renamed the Department of War, a political theater exercise designed to sound tough while distracting from the real issues facing the nation. Second, he ordered a military strike on a speedboat operating in the Caribbean, reportedly killing 11 people on board. In response to the attack, Venezuela has placed its military on high alert, and we are one miscalculation away from a shooting war that no one in this chamber has authorized. Rather than rebranding itself, the Pentagon should be providing to Congress and the public answers. For example, the intelligence that justified that strike on the vessel, the legal authority the President relied upon, and an assurance that we're not drifting toward another undeclared war. The Department of Defense was named after World War II for a reason. It was a deliberate statement from America's military that we are not a tool of conquest, but a shield designed to deter aggression, defend the Constitution, and keep the peace. Reverting to the old name would not make us safer. It would send exactly the wrong message to the world at a time when tensions are already dangerously high. Changing the name of the Department of Defense will not improve military readiness. It will not strengthen deterrence. It will not prevent a single conflict. What it will do is signal to the world that America is abandoning its role as a stabilizing force and embracing a posture of quasi, indeed, even real permanent warfare. And I'm deeply concerned about the President's military actions in the Caribbean, which were taken without congressional authorization, without clear legal justification, and without any evidence presented that it was necessary to protect the United States or its forces from an immediate threat. Now, nearly a week after the operation and amid threats of additional actions, the administration is just beginning to brief Congress on these issues. I want to be very clear. We all share a commitment to protecting the American people from transnational criminal organizations. Cartels are violent and dangerous, and they cannot be allowed to traffic across our borders. But we cannot allow that Homeland Security mission to become a blank check for war, for military action directed at civilians. We cannot let one man's impulsive decision-making entangle this nation in another conflict we neither need, nor want, nor can afford. Last week's strike was no minor confrontation. This was a deliberate, lethal use of American military power. Press reports suggest that the operation was carried out by an attack helicopter or an MQ-9 Reaper drone. Neither of those platforms are typically deployed to warn a vessel to stop. Those aircraft are designed for precision strikes. There is no evidence, none, that this strike was conducted in self-defense. That matters because under both domestic and international law, the United States military simply does not have the authority to use lethal force against a civilian vessel unless acting in self-defense. At most, and only in extraordinary circumstances, warning shots or disabling fire might be used to halt the vessel posing an imminent threat. That is the standard rule of engagement for U.S. forces worldwide, and there are no indications that U.S. forces attempted to stop, board, or even contact the vessel in question. Lethal force, particularly force that kills nearly a dozen people, is reserved for moments when there is no other option existing, when the safety of U.S. personnel or vital interest is immediately at stake. No such case has been made here. The Trump administration has offered no proof that this vessel was engaged in an attack or even that it was engaged in drug trafficking at the time. They have offered no positive identification that the boat was Venezuelan, nor that its crew members were members of Tren de Aragua or any other cartel. And even if we believe their unsupported assertions, that does not change the legal calculus. Our armed forces are not law enforcement agencies. They are not empowered to hunt down suspected criminals and then kill them without trial. The Department of Defense's own senior leadership, including the Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low-Intensity Conflict, has testified before the Armed Services Committee that the mere designation of a cartel as a, quote, foreign terrorist organization, close quote, does not confer any new authority to use military force. And that's the administration speaking publicly. So let us be candid about what this means. 11 people were killed without any apparent justification other than the word of President Trump. If there is evidence that these people were indeed cartel members trafficking drugs, it needs to be made public immediately. I would point out that the U.S. military monitors maritime drug movements in this region on a daily basis. For weeks, perhaps months, surveillance aircraft and other sensors have been tracking cartel operations in the Caribbean. This strike, therefore, was not a snap decision made in the heat of the moment. It appears, frankly, quite premeditated, and it was carried out, in my view, without the legal authority to do so. Congress received a notification from the White House on September 3rd, citing a number of reasons for the attack and claiming that the president acted under his Article II authority. But Article II is not a blank check. The president is the commander-in-chief, but Congress retains the sole power to declare war under Article I, Section 8 of the Constitution. The War Powers Resolution exists precisely to prevent unilateral military actions like this from dragging our country into undeclared wars. The law is also clear that any change to the legal and policy frameworks governing the use of military force must be reported to Congress within 30 days. The administration submitted its annual review in February. If President Trump issued a new order on August 8th authorizing the use of force in these circumstances, as has been reported, then Congress should have received immediate notification, and we have not. Section 1067 of the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act further requires notification of any changes to an executive order or exord. Lastly, Section 138 of Title 10 of the United States Code requires a detailed justification for and description of military operations involving lethal force. The department submitted a 130F notification to Congress, but its contents were entirely insufficient and inconsistent with the level of detail that is normally provided in such a report. This is a direct challenge to the separation of powers. If we allow this to stand, then Congress will have effectively ceded its war powers to the executive branch. We will have surrendered the authorities the framers of the Constitution vested in us, the representatives of the people, to decide when this nation goes to war. And we also must reckon with the risk of escalation. Venezuela has already placed its military on high alert. President Maduro's regime has accused the United States of aggression. If they retaliate, perhaps by firing on our surveillance aircraft or other naval vessels in the region, or by responding in kind against U.S. civilians, the Trump administration has already stated that it will respond with more force. And then we were on a path toward a shooting war with a foreign nation, a war that no one in this chamber has authorized and that the American people have not been consulted about. We have seen this pattern before. Time and again, this president has tested the limits of executive authority. He has unilaterally ordered major U.S. military operations in Iran and Yemen and has refused to answer to Congress about these strikes. Right now, more than 2,000 National Guard troops are deployed on the streets of Washington, and earlier this summer, more than 4,000 National Guardsmen and Marines were deployed in Los Angeles. Each time, we have seen the slow erosion of congressional oversight. Each time, we have seen the creeping normalization of unilateral military action. And each time, we have inched closer to a world in which the decision to wage war or to use the military to enforce the law is made by one person alone. That is not the system our founders designed. James Madison wrote that, quote, "The Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war and most prone to it. It has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature." And we forget those words at our peril. This chamber must act immediately. Members of Congress must receive a full briefing from the administration, including the intelligence that supposedly justified the strike, the legal analysis authorizing it, and a copy of any presidential order that purportedly expanded the use of force authorities. If that order exists, it must be scrutinized publicly. If the president has exceeded his authority, then this body must consider all remedies available, including legislative action to limit the use of funds for further unauthorized military operations. We cannot allow the United States to slide into another mindless conflict. We cannot risk the lives of American service members based on secret orders and dubious legal theories. We owe it to the American people, to our Constitution, and the world to stand for the rule of law. We took an oath here, all of us, not to obey the president, but to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, which is being threatened right now. We also, as senators, have the responsibility to protect the congressional powers inherent in the Constitution, not to simply surrender them to the president because of political expediency. Let us reassert Congress's role. Let us demand accountability. And let us ensure that this nation does not stumble into war by the reckless act of a single man. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, what the American people saw last week in the Finance Committee with Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. was not a hearing on oversight. It was a dog pile by politicians who are scared to death of questioning the status quo. It was Washington at its worst, a full-on blitz against one man for the simple crime of telling the truth and refusing to play ball with the swamp. Now, I spent 40 years in coaching before I got into this clown show. I know what it looks like when a player gets piled on. I know what it looks like when the referees refuse to call a fair game. And I know what it looks like when the other team tries to run up the score. That's exactly what we saw last week, a coordinated deep state hit job on Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. I have absolutely no idea what my colleagues have against RFK Jr. Surely they don't disagree with his efforts to make America healthy again. But there's one thing I know for sure. RFK, after that hearing, is not working for the swamp. He's fighting for the American people, people all over this country. I've personally seen him come close to tears while talking about his passion for ending the chronic disease epidemic in this country. What's wrong with that? As a proud grandfather to Rosie Grace, I am so grateful to have someone who is so passionate about helping our young people live longer, healthier lives, leading Health and Human Services. I'm excited. He's working for moms and dads across this country and my state of Alabama who are sick and tired of being lied to by the so-called experts in this country. And when you're playing for the people and are willing to take on the system, you're going to take some hard hits. We've all seen that. Just ask President Trump. He took a bullet for the exact same reason, a bullet. Though it didn't come in form of a bullet, RFK Jr. sure got hit by real hard last week by the deep state. But instead of folding, RFK Jr. stood his ground. He got back up after every hit and responded with the truth and facts. That's toughness. That's leadership. And that's why President Trump picked him for the role. Now, Democrats came into that hearing ready to throw every flag they could in an attempt to get 20 seconds of fame on their social media. Senator Wyden opened up with a personal attack calling RFK's resignation. Senator Warnock piled on, calling him a hazard to public health. Senator Warren tried to run a trick play, twisting his words to paint him as dishonest. And Senator Sanders just couldn't stomach the fact that someone finally said out loud what everybody already knows. For years, Big Pharma money has corrupted politicians and our medical institutions. Big Pharma is quietly calling way too many of the plays here in D.C. These weren't questions. They weren't oversight. They were cheap shots. And I was particularly disappointed because several of my Republican colleagues joined in on this fiasco. Something I've learned is when you challenge the status quo, you find out real quick who's willing to stand with you and who's just concerned with getting reelected. You might be asking, what has RFK Jr. done to receive all this wrath from my colleagues? It's because he has dared to bring accountability to our health-related government agencies. He's asking questions that is daring to challenge the status quo. There's a lot of misinformation being spread by Democrats about RFK's position on vaccines. I've never seen anything like it. The Department of Health and Human Services is not, and I repeat, not banning vaccines. RFK is simply directing the department to look into some of the potential long-term effects of anything that we are putting into our bodies. As far as I'm concerned, that's a great thing. It's long overdue. He's also restoring sanity by getting rid of woke bureaucrats at the CDC, an agency that lost the trust of the American people during COVID. And I know a lot of my colleagues have been hyper-focused on the CDC director being fired, and they obviously weren't there, and I wasn't either. But according to RFK Jr., he asked the CDC director point blank, "Are you a trustworthy person?" And she said no. You know, I owned a small business one time, and if one of my employees had told me that, I would immediately fire him the same way he did. He's calling out the deep state, and that's why they're after him. The same CDC bureaucrats who told us to follow the science during COVID, the ones that shut down our schools, they shut down our churches, they told us endless vaccines would stop the spread of COVID, despite the fact that the vaccine was not proven to do anything to stop transmission of the virus. In other words, they lied to us. Meanwhile, liquor stores and abortion clinics were allowed to stay open. And let's not forget the violent BLM riots that broke out in blue cities across the country during the summer of 2020. What a joke. The so-called health experts failed America. And in doing so, they revealed the only thing that they really care about is power and control. That's a scary place to be. And now, they want to lecture RFK Jr. about science. He has dedicated his entire career to this subject. That's like a coach who never stepped on the field trying to tell me how to run a football program. It's laughable, and we got a lot of people that should be laughed at. Let me tell you, the CDC, from top to bottom, needs to be cleaned out. That agency was supposed to protect us from 2020 till the end of COVID. Instead, it became a political mouthpiece. It censored doctors, nurses. It worked with big tech to shut down free speech, and people lost their lives because of the CDC, lost their lives. And when RFK Jr. fired some of those folks, this town acted like the sky was falling. They needed to be fired because the swamp protects its own. That's why they went crazy. But thank goodness he hasn't stopped there. Secretary Kennedy has already delivered results. He worked with me in the Maha Caucus to push the FDA to finally ban red dye, number 3, a dangerous chemical that was banned from cosmetics, because they found it causes cancer. But what do? We left it in our food. Now that makes a lot of sense. We left it in our kids' food and the food that we eat every day, but they couldn't put it in cosmetics. There's no common sense there. But RFK Jr. is fighting for families. Another major problem, he's cracking down on the revolving door between NIH, the CDC, and Big Pharma. It's corrupt and it's wrong. He's focused not only on preventing diseases, but he's helping people live longer lives. Under his leadership, HHS is focused on increasing access to healthy, affordable, nutrient-dense foods instead of just pumping more drugs into sick people. These are real wins for the American people. And yet, what does he get in return? Attacks and smears. RFK Jr. told the truth last week when he said, "We are the sickest country in the world." He's exactly right. He goes by facts, not by the so-called science. Despite spending more on health care than anybody else, we're leading in obesity, diabetes, cancer, and mental health problems. Don't believe me? Then explain why you can go to Italy and eat nothing but bread and pizza and pasta for a week and not gain a pound. It's because all the chemicals and toxins that we have here in our food in the United States that we get obese. That's not winning, that's losing. And you don't fix a losing team by running the same plays over and over. You fix it by changing the culture. You fix it by changing the accountability. Put people accountable for what they do. You demand results. That's what RFK Jr. is doing. He's also daring to ask questions which apparently isn't allowed in the deep state here. Common sense questions like, why are American kids required to get dozens more vaccines than we did when we were all growing up? We've gone from a few to almost 100. And yet, by every metric, we are sicker as a country. 6 out of 10 Americans have a chronic disease in this country. 6 out of 10, most of us. And yet, our food is filled with chemicals and things that other countries won't even allow. That's why we have these diseases. Why are we protecting Big Pharma's bottom line while our families are getting sicker? These are fair questions, and questions we should be asking if we actually care about the people we represent. But in this town, asking fair questions, you get labeled dangerous, anti-science, and conspiracy theorist. RFK Jr. is not your typical politician. He's blunt. He's not very comfortable around people. He doesn't toe the line, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered, because if all of you do is follow the deep state's demands, what happens up here, you never get the change in this country that we desperately need. Sometimes you got to call out the mistakes, push harder for answers, and not be afraid to shake things up. That's how you build a winning team. That's what RFK Jr. is doing. He's not playing it safe, and he's getting real results. Since RFK took over at HHS, companies like Hershey, Kraft, Pepsi, Steak and Shake and In-N-Out Burger have made meaningful changes to their ingredients. He's delivering major wins, and the swamp can't stand it because they can't control him. That's what happens up here. They want to have control. But let's not forget, the American people are watching. 77 million Americans voted for President Trump and his agenda. That's the most votes a Republican running for president has ever received. And President Trump campaigned on making America healthy again, along with RFK Jr. Now, if some of my colleagues want to keep running defense for Big Pharma, that's their choice. But I didn't come to Washington to protect the swamp. I came here to fight for the great state of Alabama and the people across this country, for the parents trying to raise healthy kids, and for families who have felt lied to by their government, for the hardworking folks who lost their jobs simply because they chose not to take the COVID vaccine. I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with RFK Jr. He's not perfect, none of us are, but he's in the fight for the right reasons. He's fighting for accountability, transparency, and for the health and freedom of the American people. And that's a team I'm proud to be on. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arkansas.
When a criminal is convicted of a crime and locked away in prison, you'd think that that would put a stop to their illicit activity. But sadly, in too many tragic cases, criminals just continue their wicked ways behind bars. That's because tens of thousands of contraband cell phones are smuggled into and throughout prisons, enabling convicted criminals to carry on with their criminal business as usual from behind bars. Contraband cell phones in prisons pose a severe threat to public safety. After all, these convicted criminals aren't using cell phones to order takeout, check the weather, or watch NFL highlights. No, they use contraband cell phones to order hits on criminal rivals, to traffic drugs, and to run extortion schemes. Convicted criminals who are sitting in a prison cell shouldn't be able to endanger correctional officers, members of law enforcement, and innocent Americans outside of prisons by using contraband cell phones. If we opt to stand idly by, we might as well hand these criminals the keys to their prison cells. That's why I've introduced, again, the Cell Phone Jamming Reform Act to allow state and federal correctional facilities to use targeted cell phone jamming equipment in prison housing facilities. The key word here is targeted. The technology is so precise that it does not interrupt with the regular communications of law enforcement or emergency first responders in the vicinity. However, there are more than one way to skin a cat, and at the end of the day, I simply care about delivering results for every Arkansan. That's why I'm proud to support President Trump in his efforts to bring back law and order to neighborhoods and communities across our country. I applaud the Trump administration's effort to crack down on crime, and specifically the Federal Communications Commission Chairman Brendan Carr's announcement that the FCC will vote on a proposal allowing prisons to jam contraband cell phones for the first time. As I'm sure many of my Republican colleagues and friends would agree, this action is both a welcome step forward and a long overdue development. For years, I repeatedly have urged Democrats to take action, but they didn't, instead prioritizing and coddling criminals as usual. Consider that in the final hours of the Biden presidency, Joe Biden commuted the sentences of nearly 1,500 convicted criminals, robbing hundreds of thousands of victims of the closure and justice they deserved. To be clear, these were not sympathetic figures. These were criminals such as a drug dealer responsible for killing a relapsing addict, a fraudster who stole millions of dollars intended for hungry Arkansas kids in low-income families, and the so-called Cash for Kids judge who accepted kickbacks in exchange for his role in sending thousands of children to private detention centers. Sadly, that's not all. Last year, just 2 days before Christmas, Joe Biden announced he was commuting the death sentences of 37 depraved rapists and murderers. While we still don't know how many of these pardons were signed by Joe Biden, and how many were signed by his radical aides using his auto pen, this is a reminder that unfortunately the Democratic Party is the party of soft on crime. As further evidence of this, consider the so-called George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which would have handcuffed law enforcement instead of dangerous criminals. Further, consider that every single Soros prosecutor is a Democrat. Finally, consider that the jurisdictions with the worst crimes at the local level are all controlled by Democrats. Now, you may have heard some Democrats argue that cities with the highest homicide rates are in Republican states. But look a little closer. In almost every case, those cities, like Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Alabama, and St. Louis, Missouri, are run by Democrats. Additionally, look at the Democratic-led Charlotte, North Carolina. Just last month, an innocent 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee was heinously murdered by a crazed career criminal while riding a light rail train. Thanks in part to the soft-on-crime policies of liberal former Governor Roy Cooper, this deranged murderer had been arrested 14 times, had been convicted of crimes including robbery with a dangerous weapon, and had assaulted his own sister. Yet he was still allowed to walk free and take the life of Irina Zarutska. I want to extend my condolences to her family and loved ones and assure them that we will pursue justice in her tragic case. President Trump and Republicans are working on behalf of innocent individuals like Irina who have a right to be safe and secure in their homes, neighborhoods, and communities. Compare Charlotte to Washington, D.C., where more than 1,900 arrests have been made and more than 200 illegal guns have been seized since President Trump deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement last month. While the Democratic D.C. mayor admitted that President Trump's strategy is working, other Democrat leaders in places like Chicago and Baltimore are resisting assistance and putting up a big stink. But let me remind everyone that Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott aren't the ones riding public transportation alone after a long day at work like Irina Zarutska. They aren't the ones clutching a bottle of pepper spray in their pocket as they wait for a bus to arrive at a stop on an empty street. And they don't have to worry that their briefcase or purse will be ripped away from them as they walk to their car in a parking garage. I'd bet that many of the 81% of Americans who see crime as a major problem in large cities worry about some of these very real threats in their day-to-day lives. So I'd invite the Democrats to wise up and join us on the right side of this issue, fighting crime and standing up for innocent Americans. I'm pleased to stand with President Trump and my Republican colleagues to crack down on crime and ensure that every law-abiding American can live in safety, security, and freedom. I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the law nomination.
Without objection. Question occurs on the nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Brasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. I got you, Senator. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cassidy, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Haggerty, Hoven, Lee, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tuberville, Wicker. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Senators voting in negative: also Brooks, Cantwell, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Lujan, Merkley, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, and Schumer. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Murray, Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Risch, Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Miss Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Robert Law of the District of Columbia to be Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans, Department of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Robert Law of the District of Columbia to be the Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans, Department of Homeland Security, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms.
Grassley, aye.
Thank you. Paul, Scott, Polly, you're an aye. Give me 1 second. Scott, Polly, thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Moody, you're an aye. I got you. I got you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham. Thanks. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, thank you. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, thank you. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Lankford, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Young. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. It is. Thank you. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Budd, Cantwell, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Kim, Murray, Peters, Reed, Sanders, and Shaheen. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Hold on a second. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Booker, no.
Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Deans, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye.
The ayes are 51, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Robert Law of the District of Columbia, to be Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans, Department of Homeland Security.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
The Senate will come to order.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to be recognized for 3 minutes prior to the vote.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, I staunchly oppose Robert Law's nomination to be Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans at the Department of Homeland Security. If confirmed, Robert Law will be responsible for developing policies for all DHS critical national security missions, including border security and immigration enforcement, cybersecurity, protecting critical infrastructure, counterterrorism, and disaster management. This role requires someone who understands the full mission of DHS and can manage strategy across all of these components. Given his record and views, I have serious concerns about how he will carry out these responsibilities. First, he has shown that he has limited understanding of some of DHS's most critical missions. In comments before my committee, he has maligned DHS cybersecurity and election security missions, and he downplayed terrorism threats that DHS is charged with countering. He has dismissed the work of key DHS components like FEMA and CISA as off mission, and I'm deeply concerned that he will abandon critical emergency management and cybersecurity missions that protect our communities every day. I'm also concerned by Robert Law's promotion of discriminatory travel bans and mass deportations. He has a record of working with organizations that were founded by white nationalists whose extremist policy positions he himself has endorsed and advocated for. Robert Law currently serves as senior counselor to Secretary Noem and is supporting DHS ongoing efforts to indiscriminately ramp up deportation of law-abiding individuals and families while losing focus on counterterrorism, cybersecurity, and disaster preparedness. During the first Trump administration, Robert Law worked at U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, where he helped implement the travel ban targeting many Muslim nations, creating essentially a religious test for entering the United States. Robert Law also supports ending the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, known as DACA, and has referred to Dreamers as, quote, human shields, unquote. To make matters worse, he denied to my committee that the Trump administration has a family separation policy, when in fact we know that there are children who still have not been reunited with their parents. If Robert Law is confirmed, I'm concerned that he will neglect vital missions of the department and make Americans less safe. Because of this, I strongly oppose Robert Law's nomination, and I would urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
The senator from Iowa.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Dudek nomination.
Without objection. The question now occurs on the law nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Capito, Cornyn, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, Moody, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, and Thune. Senators voting the negative: Cantwell and Peters. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. No. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray. No. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren. No. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy. No. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman. No. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Banks, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kyle Christopher Dudek of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Florida, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Kyle Christopher Dudek of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Florida shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Thank you. King. I did now. I do, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Brickhouse, thank you. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, which door? Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. I did. Great. Thank you. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Murray, Ossoff, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warren, Whitehouse. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Miss Slotkin, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar. No.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 44. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Kyle Christopher Dudek of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Florida.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, is the Senate currently in quorum call?
It is not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to tell you a story about Tina Pierce. Tina grew up on a farm in Idaho. She was the first in her family to earn a college degree. After earning her degree in accounting, she served in the United States Marines, where she was deployed to Kuwait as the comptroller for contingency operations at Desert Thunder. She earned her MBA from Colorado State University. She graduated at the top of her class. She then became a CPA, a certified public accountant. She's been married 26 years, she has 4 children. Her husband also served in the United States Marine Corps as a colonel. Why do I bring her up? Well, here's why. President Trump nominated Tina Pierce to be the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Energy. She went through the process with the Committee of Energy and Natural Resources, where she was voted out in May of this year, 13-7. Pretty strong bipartisan vote. She passed out of committee and then has sat waiting. What's interesting is the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Energy has actually never had a vote in the Senate on the floor of the Senate. It's always been a position that in the past went through committee, was approved in committee, and then passed on the Senate floor either by unanimous consent, a voice vote, or was put what's called en bloc, grouped together with other nominees and passed all in a group. This is not the Secretary of Defense. This is not the Secretary of Energy or the Secretary of State. This is the CFO for the Department of Energy. It's one of those 1,200 positions that the Senate must confirm, but historically has always been confirmed in a very fast-track process after they pass out of committee, especially when they pass out 13-7 out of a committee. Everyone knows they're going to pass. You see, that's the way it used to be, but not anymore. Mr. President, my Democratic colleagues have determined that Tina Pierce should be filibustered so this Marine, married to a Marine, mom, highly qualified, graduated top of her class, has to sit at home and wait as Democrats block every single nominee on the floor. So she waits since May of this year to see if the Senate can open up enough time to have a vote. Well, that's not the only one. Jonathan Morrison is President Trump's nominee to the administrator for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Jonathan was the first in his family to go to college. He graduated from the University of Pittsburgh in 2001, went on to law school at Notre Dame. He also got a Master's of Laws degree in international business law from the University of Chicago, University College in London. Over his career, he's worked with automobiles. He's also served as the chief counsel at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. He is supremely qualified to be able to lead this part of the administration. He came out of the committee in a vote of 16-12, but he also just sits and waits because there's not enough time. In every administration, there are lots of nominees. There's 1,200 nominees, and everyone knows there's so many nominees, and so you pick and choose which nominees you actually want to be able to debate. That's normal in every single administration. They all have to go through the committee process, but when it comes to the floor, you don't dedicate all the floor time to different what are called sub-cabinet officials. Those get fought out in committee, and then they come to the Senate floor, and they either pass en bloc, or they pass by a voice vote, or unanimous consent, or if they're highly controversial individuals, maybe we'll have a floor vote on this. So it's been 200 days of this administration. Let me give you some examples of this. What's called a cloture vote, a demand to be able to go through this full, long process. Under Bill Clinton, there was 0 of those. 0. Were there controversial nominees? Sure there were, but they worked through the process on that. Under George W. Bush, 0 cloture votes that were required in the Senate. There were 9 under President Obama, but then under the first President Trump administration, 38 all of a sudden. You know what we did as Republicans? We pushed back. And there were 71 under President Biden. It was kind of a tit for tat. Now our Democratic colleagues have determined this is not going to be tit for tat anymore. We're just going to shut the whole place down. Now under President Trump, 134. What does this really mean? This really means that we're not moving anyone across the floor unless they actually have 3 hours of floor time. That is a vote on a motion to proceed. That is 2 hours of debate time here on the floor for that person, and then another vote after that. It takes a total of 3 hours to be able to do that whole process. 3 hours for every single person when you've got 1,200 people. You would think during that time, that's the 2 hours of debate time, we would have massive amounts of debate, because if these are highly controversial nominees, of course there's going to be debate on this floor to be able to discuss all these highly controversial people. Well, let's talk about that. For these sub-cabinet officials that are there, there's been 109 of them. All of them have been filibustered through the process to say they demand it. The average Democratic debate time for these 109 people has been 2 minutes. Actually, technically, 2 minutes, 12 seconds. So 2 hours of time that they have demanded to debate these highly controversial people, and they've allocated 2 minutes, 12 seconds on average. Well, interestingly enough, 81 of those 109 Democrats actually did 0 debate on the floor. This was just about shutting the Senate floor down. That's all it was. This was about attacking President Trump, not acknowledging the fact that he won the election and that he should be able to actually go through the process to be able to have his staff like every other president has had. Interestingly enough, I've had folks that have said to me, well, how do you actually fix this? How does this get better? Well, the first way this gets better is typically in the past, Republicans and Democrats would sit down together and would say, this is intolerable. We can't actually get to other bills. You see, right now, to be able to do the 3 hours that it takes to be able to move it, just with the nominees that we have in the backlog right now, not counting the 700 more nominees that are still coming in the days ahead, it would take 900 hours the rest of this year to actually move those through across the floor, 900 hours. Well, if you look at the rest of the year, the Senate would have to be actively voting and in process 80 hours a week, every single week, only on nominations. That would mean we would not do the National Defense Authorization, we would not do the 12 appropriation bills, we would not do a farm bill, we would not do an FAA reauthorization, we would not do any tax policy, we wouldn't do anything else except nominees 80 hours a week. If we did that, we could get caught up on the backlog, but oh wait, we have to keep doing that the next year and the next just to be able to maintain this. So when I say this is intolerable and have never been done in the past, that's what it means. The Senate has to do legislation as well as nominations. This is a situation that my Democratic colleagues have broken the Senate structure. We got to figure out a way to be able to fix this that works for Republican or Democrat presidents in the future. Regardless of party, the president has got to be able to move their nominees, and this should not be an issue that once they've gone through committee and been resolved, that they literally can't get to the floor, or that people wait for months and months and months to even get a vote on the floor because there's so little time and we're so backed up. So here's a simple idea. Just like has been done in the past, move folks in groups, just like it's been happening in the past. If you go in the first Trump administration, there were 22 separate votes that were taken. They were called en bloc. Groups of folks that had all been passed out of committee. Under the Biden administration, that happened 17 times, where Republicans allowed Democrats to be able to lump these individuals together to be able to pass them all together. Under this administration so far, 0, none. Under the first Trump administration, 559 of the 1,200 plus people all went through that process. Under Biden's administration, 277. This is Republicans and Democrats alike. Now it's 0. Because my Democratic colleagues, I assume, have just determined they're going to be the resistance. But what they're setting up is a process where in the future, as soon as there's a Democrat president, this is going to be the same thing. Because Republicans are just going to go tit for tat on that. That's not right for the country. It's not right for then. It's not right for now. So very simply, we've got to get back to legislating. which means we've got to allow the president to be able to have his nominees go through the process. We have a constitutional responsibility to advice and consent. Let's do that in the committee process. Let's bring those to the floor in a debate. Let's actually pass or not pass those individuals, whatever this body may determine, but let's at least get an up or down vote on every single one of these individuals to be able to get this part of our responsibility checked off. Because this week, we're also trying to work on the National Defense Authorization. That's an essential piece of legislation we've got to get done. By the 30th of this month, we're supposed to have 12 appropriation bills done. But we can't get on appropriation bills, and we can't work on the National Defense Authorization the time that it needs while we're backed up with hundreds of nominees, and my Democratic colleagues are blocking literally a mom and a Marine who's a highly qualified CPA to say they can't be the CFO. Please. This is all about trying to attack Trump, but what they're doing is actually stopping the country from getting its business done. So let's get this fixed. That's my request. My colleagues are coming to the floor in the next hour. We're all going to make our case why this is so important that we actually get resolved, not sometime, right now we get this resolved. So with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor to my colleagues who will continue to be able to make the case.
Eyes are going. Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank my colleague from Oklahoma. He did a tremendous job on what he just laid out and has also been working tirelessly on this for the last few months, in particular the month of August, along with myself, Senator Eric Schmidt, Senator Ted Budd, Senator Ron Johnson, all trying to coalesce on how to make this place work again. This is about preserving the institution, not about partisan advantage. Unfortunately, this is where we are today. And I think it's important that we rise to continue to talk about this, about Senate Republicans working to restore order to this chamber. The Senate has a constitutional obligation to provide the president advice and consent on his nominations for key positions. This role is a cornerstone of the checks and balance systems created by our forefathers, and it is a process we must ensure continues to function, no matter who is currently serving in the White House. I understand being in the minority, and it is certainly frustrating when your party doesn't win the general election. But as we have heard our colleagues say a number of times, elections have consequences. And while we've seen power change from back and forth from Republican to Democrat administrations, the Senate was specially designed to uphold our constitutional obligation of advice and consent. We serve 6-year terms, with 1/3 of the Senate being up for re-election every Congress, because we want to make sure that we're not short-sighted or partisan acting. But unfortunately, this year, we've seen that unravel due to historic obstruction by Senate Democrats, a theme that goes back nearly 25 years, Mr. President. Over the August recess, as we worked on this, I spent a great deal of time studying the history of Senate confirmations to better understand the inflection points and how we actually got here. This is a common theme. The Senate slows confirmations when there's a Republican in the White House. It started in 2003 when President Bush nominated Miguel Estrada, a brilliant attorney, to serve there. He received bipartisan praise from the likes of future Biden White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain. Democrats concerned that Estrada might be soon nominated to the Supreme Court, they used the filibuster to block him. The first time in history an appellate court nominee was blocked. What started with Estrada continued to shape Bush's term. While President Clinton had 98% of his nominees confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent, President Bush had 90% in his first term. Obama had confirmed without a roll call vote. 90%. The exact same as his Republican predecessor, President Bush. Next, President Trump. He took office in 2017. Senate Democrats dusted off their same playbook that they wrote during President Bush's term. And while Obama had 90% of his nominees approved without a roll call vote, President Trump actually just received 65%. This slowed the Senate down and, more importantly, kept well-qualified leaders out of key roles for our country. President Biden took office in 2021. He nominated a number of people, not just controversial to Republicans, but actually to many Democrats too. In fact, one in particular was his Secretary of Labor. So his nominee to be Secretary of Labor couldn't get confirmed by his own party and actually was in an acting role for over 680 days, nearly 2 years without a confirmed cabinet secretary. Despite all of this, 57% of President Biden's nominees were confirmed without a roll call vote. Now, this takes us to President Trump's second term, where he won, obviously, an overwhelming majority of Americans with the popular vote and the Electoral College. But as you know, he has received 0% of his nominees without a roll call vote, not one. So look at this chart. This lays it out for you. You have H.W. Bush, 98%, Obama, 90%. You've got Clinton here, 98. You've got Trump 1, 65. You've got Bush again, 90. I mean, look at this, 98, 98, 90, 90, 65, 57, 0. Does this seem like people are trying to make this place work, or does it seem like they're trying to bring it to a screeching halt? For me, I came here to actually do something. So we have 120 pieces of bipartisan legislation on really incredible things that have been marked up in committee and are ready to see time on this floor. They are things like social media to protect kids online, to finally stand up to big tech and say the safety and security and mental well-being of our children comes first, not the profits in your pocket. We have bills on affordable housing, knowing that now, when you look at the American dream, almost everyone's piece of that comes through owning their own home. Well, previously, you would buy your first home between 26 and 28 years old. Now that number has moved to 38 or beyond. Making sure that we make that more tangible for Americans, that we figure out how to actually address that crisis is critical. And we have a bill waiting to see the floor. But yet, Senate Democrats continue to try to prolong this, to try to put every roadblock in place just to keep President Trump from getting his people in place. And look, at the end of the day, last November, the American people were actually faced with two options. And this, to me, was the most well-informed election we have ever had in American history, because they were two very known entities. You know, you knew what you were getting. You had seen Kamala Harris serve as vice president. You had already seen President Trump serve in one term. And so you knew what you were getting. And the American people overwhelmingly said, we want President Trump back in office. Kamala Harris had said she wouldn't do anything differently. I think you all remember that on The View. Anything differently than Joe Biden. So they said, this is what we want. But yet, we're not allowing him to get his people in place to actually do the things that he needs to do for the country. I understand voting against nominees that you disagree with. I even understand requiring a cloture vote on some. What I can't understand is the blocking, is the delay tactics on every single nomination. These are bipartisan nominees, many of them. The ones that we will be talking about here came out of committee with a bipartisan vote. Now, during President Biden's term, there were certainly a lot of nominees that I did not agree with, but a president deserves some deference. Give him an up or down vote and move on. Senate Democrats have given no such deference to President Trump. And just like the 2024 election, in my opinion, have failed to present the case to the American people. This is not obstructing nominees. This is a protest of an election that didn't go their way. We've spent an unreasonable amount of time just trying to confirm largely uncontroversial nominees when we could be using it to see those bills that have been marked up in a bipartisan fashion on this floor. We could be using it to work through appropriations bills, which in my opinion are so critical to the job that we do. We could be using it to continue to move the NDAA and make sure that our armed forces are the best trained, ready, and equipped across the planet. Instead, we are nearly 9 months into this administration, and President Trump has less than 12% of his positions confirmed. The Senate has worked hard these last 9 months. So we've actually held a record number of roll call votes. We have been in session a record number of days. And unfortunately, we have another record. And that is that you have 0 voice votes here for President Trump at this point in time. But it doesn't stand to reason that a historical effort is being put on us for continuing this lowest number of nominees confirmed through the Senate. President Trump is on pace to just have confirmed 426 nominees by the end of this Congress. 426. Look at this, y'all. So you have President Biden at the end of his first Congress, end of the first 2 years, 919 nominees confirmed. Now, we hear our colleagues on the other side of the aisle consistently say that we did everything possible to create an impediment for President Obama. Clearly not true when it came to letting his people have an up or down vote or giving them an opportunity to get in his cabinet. You look at President Trump, you see what they did here. 715 nominees by the end of Congress. Then you go to President Biden, 817 by the end of the first Congress. And at the current rate we're in now, and you heard my distinguished colleague from Oklahoma say that if we kept doing this, it would be 900 more hours that we would spend just in the near future. We only have 426 nominees, confirmed into his administration by the end of this Congress at the rate that we're going now. Do you know how many people serve in a cabinet, serve in an administration? Over 1,200. Over 1,200. So what you're saying essentially then is at the end of his first 2 years, you are going to give him a third of the people, at best, that he needs to complete the missions that the American people very clearly said on November 5th they wanted to see enacted. So it's not right. President Trump deserves the men and women he has nominated to be in place today. And that's exactly why our conference has been working diligently to find a solution. The Democrats' behavior in requiring a cloture vote on almost every single nominee is in fact a change in rules. Their behavior has set a new precedent. It is one that will last with this body on and on and on and on. We want this Senate to work again. We want it to function once again. We want to be able to bring this important legislation that we've worked on in committee in a bipartisan fashion to the floor and get things done for the American people once again. And we're not going to allow the obstruction by the Senate Democrats to continue. It's important to understand that a significant number of these nominees that we will be talking about this week and next came out of their committee on a bipartisan basis. Some are individuals whom many of us have known and have worked with for years. They deserve an opportunity to serve, and I think many of my Democratic colleagues would actually agree. Now, before we discuss the rules change in our conference that we've coalesced around, we have obviously made sure that we have been thoughtful about a number of different avenues, and people have brought recess appointments up among a number of different things. When recess appointments are made, they only fill a position for this Congress. So you're not fixing it for the entirety of President Trump's tenure. And also, many of the times, these recess appointments are generally unpaid positions. For these outstanding nominees, it would be unfair to ask to make many of them move across the country with their families for an unpaid job that expires at the end of a Congress, not even at the end of President Trump's term. Therefore, we landed on another solution, the Klobuchar-King proposal. Now look, this solution would allow us to vote en bloc to confirm multiple nominees one at a time. So not so dissimilar to how the Senate used to work for every other president, passing dozens of nominees at once through unanimous consent. We haven't had any of those packages here. And look, there's no perfect solution. But one thing we do know is that we have to get this place back functioning again. So I want to point out that when the Klobuchar-King proposal was introduced, the Senate was regularly confirming batches of nominees by voice vote, clearly something that is not happening now. This is when the Senate was keeping the same pace, confirming President Biden's nominees, with some Democrats' pace confirming President Trump's in his first term. The blame of the delay of President Trump's nominees lies solely with Senate Democrats. When President Trump first took office, he became the first president to not have at least 90% of his nominees confirmed without a roll call vote. I mean, this chart speaks for itself. Now that we've exhausted every tool, they keep chipping away until nothing is left, not a single nominee more to obstruct. This is truly ridiculous, and it's actually no way to run a country. This is not when our founding fathers intended when they gave the Senate the power of advice and consent. And it is not what our voters sent us to Washington, D.C. to do. So alongside Senate Republicans, I remain committed to finding a pathway forward to get the Senate back working, to put institutional reform ahead of partisan politics, and to make sure that this body is actually working for the American people. Mr. President, thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I want to compliment my colleague from Alabama, Senator Britt. I can't begin to tell you how hard that she has worked through the August time period. There's this sense of we're just trying to be able to ram through this solution through the Senate. She spent hours on the phone talking to different Democratic senators, as I did, as multiple other members of our group did, trying to be able to find a pathway to be able to resolve this. Because that's always been the way it's been resolved. Eventually, it just gets to a point that you talk to each other enough, you figure out a way to be able to work it out, you work it out, and you figure out how to be able to do that. We reached an impasse the first days of August. Typically, that before we actually have a gap to be able to be back home in August, we'll pass dozens on what's called an en bloc vote. That didn't happen this time. We couldn't find it, that pathway to be able to actually get there. So in frustration, Senator Britt, myself, Senator Budd, Senator Cornyn, Senator Schmidt, Senator Johnson, all spent lots of time over August trying to be able to figure out how do we weave out of this. And the idea became there is a Democratic proposal that's out there that was brought to the Rules Committee in 2023. It was never voted on in the Rules Committee when Democrats actually ran and chaired the Rules Committee, but it was brought to the Rules Committee to say, let's see if we can figure out how to be able to do this in a better way. And that was to be able to put in the rules to do en bloc voting, to be able to say if they've come out of committee, they passed out of committee, we know they're going to get passed on the floor, instead of holding up these sub-cabinet individuals, and we're not talking about the cabinet level, these sub-cabinet individuals, put them all together in a group and be able to pass them. We agreed the least partisan way to be able to do this, that's fair to both Republicans and Democrats, is to be able to literally take a Democrat proposal in 2023 and say, let's finish that out. Let's actually bring that and to be able to bring it for a vote. The response we got back overwhelmingly from our Democratic colleagues are, yes, we still believe that's a good idea. Let's start it when the next president comes in place. So in other words, we want to block every single one of President Trump's nominees, but we want to make sure this doesn't happen to us. It will. So we've got to be able to fix this now. Interestingly enough, many of my Democratic colleagues that I've spoken to over the past several weeks about this, when I brought up this proposal to say this is a way to fix it that we think is the best solution for the Senate long term, they have quietly over the phone said, yeah, we need to get this fixed. We just don't want to be the people to actually fix it. You fix it for the Senate. We think it's better long term to be able to find a rule that works in a nonpartisan way that resolves it for everybody. We understand full well there'll be a Democrat president and a Democrat Senate in the future that they'll do en bloc voting like this. Fine. It's the way we did it for a century. We didn't have to have a rule to be able to do that. We just came to agreement and did it. So let's get it back to actually operating, because we do have serious issues to argue over. We got lots of arguments about budget. We have $37 trillion in debt. We need to spend more time arguing about that and less time arguing about who the CFO for the Energy Department is going to be when they've already passed out of committee in a large bipartisan vote. So let's have the argument over the hard issues, and let's move the nominees that we know are going to get moved across the floor in a way that makes sense to everybody, regardless of party. I have multiple other colleagues that are coming to the floor here in just a moment. We want to be able to make the argument to the American people. I have to tell you, I have lots of phone calls that have come to my office and say, why can't the president actually move his nominees? Why is this? This seems to be different. And people may not know all the numbers and the details, but they feel it and go, why does it feel like he's being treated differently? Well, it's because President Trump is being treated differently by not having a single voice vote, not a single unanimous consent, and not a single time to be grouped together into groups that we know are going to pass. That's not ever happened in this Senate. And I've had multiple colleagues saying, and we're going to keep blocking every single one. Well, you know what? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. We're trying to figure out how to be able to get us back to our functioning again and to be able to actually operate. So, Mr. President, I have multiple colleagues that will come to this floor, and we'll keep making the argument to say, let's get the nomination process fixed, because we've got to get back to legislating more. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I regret to say that my Democratic colleagues have become addicted to hating President Trump. And it's no longer about policy or even strong disagreement. It seems to be an obsession. Obsessed with finding every way possible to undermine the president and his agenda, no matter the cost. And what they've done to the nomination process in the Senate might be the height of partisanship since President Trump returned to office. Democrats have blocked 100%, that is 100% of President Trump's nominees from being confirmed by unanimous consent or by voice vote. Now, by the way, why do I say, where's my poster? My chart here. Look at this. It has been the tradition for non-controversial nominees to be confirmed by the Senate. And in the first Trump, it fell from 90% under President Obama, games Democrats play, to 65% under Trump 1. Well, it turns out it was 57% under Biden. Now, under Trump 2, we have 0% of the nominees approved by unanimous consent. Now, let's put that in perspective. We are speaking about non-controversial nominees, and it's been something that's been consistent for both presidents of both parties for decades, as we can see from this chart. And yet here we are, 8 months into President Trump's second term, and not a single nominee confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Zero, zip, nada. By the way, these nominees made it through committee with bipartisan support on the record. Democrats, Republicans both voted for them in committee, and yet we can't get them off the floor without tying up precious floor time. Now, that may sound like process. It may sound like, oh my gosh, they're talking about time. This is how the Senate works in terms of getting a nomination through quickly, allowing the legislative issues addressing our country to then be faced. It's a full-blown example of Democrats not caring if the business of government gets done. They would rather obstruct President Trump than to allow the American people to be served. Now, Americans are sick of it. They want Congress to work, and Republicans are showing up to work. We are ready to conform the people required to work in government to keep the country running. But Democrats, holding nominees for ransom, it seems for no other reason than their desire to obstruct President Trump. So, why does Congress have such a low approval rating? Why do people think this place doesn't work? It's because of stunts like this blowing up the standard operating procedure, which allows us to actually get onto the work of the people, all to score cheap political points. Now, the American people chose President Trump. They gave Republicans control of the House and the Senate. They told us the agenda they wanted pursued. So when Democrats dig in their heels, kick and scream, they are proving that they did not hear the message the American people sent last November. If no one's standing with you but your own party insiders, and maybe the occasional liberal cable news host, then your resistance isn't brave, it's meaningless, it's an obstruction, it is only there to defeat the will of the American people. It is noise. The American people deserve better, Republicans are ready to deliver, and with that, I yield.
President.
The senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to discuss the unprecedented obstruction by my Democrat colleagues, which brings us here today, and the activity we're going to see on the floor this week and next. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 2 of the Constitution requires that every officer of the United States receive the advice and consent of the Senate. This is a very important function. At times it can seem tedious, I suppose, on the floor when we're voting on some of these, but this is contemplated by our founding fathers to be a really important part of the process of getting good qualified people in important positions in the executive branch. With that power comes responsibility, a duty. And the Democrats have completely abandoned that duty to provide the advice and consent, instead moving forward with complete obstruction. Unprecedented. Now that term gets thrown around a lot in this town. Every day somebody says something's unprecedented, and it's not actually unprecedented. This really is unprecedented. In the almost 250 years of our country, and of course a little bit sooner than that, when we had the first Congress, a little bit later than that when we had our first Congress, we've never seen anything like this. Like, not even close. The minority leader would rather burn all the norms down than do it like we've done it before. Even though that process is sort of eroded to some degree in recent years, never anything like this. And for those of you watching at home or in the gallery here today, we're glad to have you. The Senate kind of operates in 3 calendars. Let's just put it in those terms, 3 operational modes. One is the legislative calendar, when we have bills that come up, the NDAA, the continuing resolution, appropriations bills, that kind of stuff. Now let's be clear, what the minority leader has already said he would do, and what Democrats in this chamber have already voted for, which is to completely eliminate the legislative filibuster. If they were in charge, if they were in the position that Republicans are in right now, they'd blow it up. It's gone. DC's added as a state, maybe Puerto Rico, court packing. I mean, they voted on this stuff. I'm not making this up. They campaign on this stuff. That's what the minority leader would like to have happen on the legislative calendar. Let's talk about the impeachment calendar. Well, last year, we saw the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, impeached by the House of Representatives. The articles of impeachment are transferred over here. We're all sitting on our desks. And for the first time in the history of this country, there wasn't a trial. Now, trials looked a little bit different. Sometimes they're in committee, sometimes they're in front of the full Senate, but not a single instance in the history of this country where the person who was impeached who either is still alive or in that office, hasn't had a trial. So he blew that up. And now we're dealing with the executive calendar, which is essentially where all the personnel decisions are made. We approve ambassadors, we approve cabinet secretaries, judges, U.S. attorneys, marshals, all that stuff. There has been not a single instance, not one time, has there been a unanimous consent granted in this chamber. Not once. That's never happened before. And we'll talk about some of those details here as we move a little bit further along in this debate. But just to add a little meat onto the bones, in defiance of the vision of the founders, the Democrat obstruction leaves President Trump on pace to have just 426 nominees confirmed by the end of the 119th Congress. That's if we're working at the pace, which is unprecedented. I don't mind it. We can be here. I'm not afraid of hard work. But if we're here as much as we've been here just to get to that number, which is the lowest in history, less than half of what Joe Biden had at this point in time, 817, or even President Trump's first term of 715. So at the end of the first Congress, those are the numbers. So it's not even close. It's less than half of the total number. By the end of his term, we're projecting that a mere 872 confirmations, so the full 4 years, would actually get through. And that would be the first time in the history of the country that that number would fall below 1,000, compared to Joe Biden's 1,175 in President Trump's first term, which is about that same number, about 1,200, and President Obama's staggering number of almost 1,500. So it's not just slow, it's sabotage, echoing the darkest days of the most partisan feuds that we had threatening our young republic 200 years ago. Democrats have required cloture 360% more in President Trump's first term, in his first term's 200 days, than in his first. 137 nominees subjected to it, nearly double Biden's 71 and far beyond Obama's paltry 9. In the past, over 50% of every president's nominees were confirmed via voice vote or unanimous consent, until this year, where President Trump has received 0.0. Blutarski. That's unprecedented. Under Obama, in his first 200 days, 292 nominees passed by voice vote alone. President Trump has just 135 confirmed, all via overcoming, except Marco Rubio, overcoming filibusters. Every single one, save the first one, has been filibustered. To put that in perspective, Clarence Thomas, perhaps the most controversial Supreme Court judge as far as that vote went, got 52 votes. It wasn't even filibustered. All of these are being filibustered, including the general counsel to the Department of Transportation. The average time for nomination, from nomination to confirmation, a glacial pace of 94 days. Nearly double President Trump's first term of 54, worse than Biden's 70, and a far cry from Reagan's efficient 25 days. We've shattered records with the most Senate session days and roll call votes in modern history. 126 days in the first 200, more than Biden's 121, yet the backlog swells. 139 nominees on the executive calendar, 153 in committee, 786 not yet received. This obstruction is antithetical to our constitutional design. You can have problems with nominees, you can vote no, you can even filibuster some of them. But to filibuster all of them and not have a voice vote on any of them is a symptom of something else. Trump derangement syndrome. They can't get over the fact that President Trump actually won. They thought by coming on this floor as the minority leader did so often, of calling half the country MAGA extremists, trying to bankrupt him and his family and throw him in jail for the rest of their life, of his life. They thought that thing was over. But the American people sat in their own jury box and they watched all of this nonsense unfold for the last 4 years, and they rendered their own verdict. And it was for reform. It was for the very kind of people that President Trump is putting up for these positions. So to subvert that democratic process, the sand has been thrown into the gears of our republic in a way we've never seen before, and that's what we're here to fix. The Democrats have turned the cooling saucer of the Senate into a deep freezer. But here's the good news. A great thaw is coming. The Republicans in this place are going to return the Senate back to what it was always meant to be able to do, which is to actually function and vote on confirmations. It's not that tall of an ask. But again, blinded by TDS, and quite frankly, if you talk to some of my Democrat colleagues, like I have privately, they understand that this is a real problem. They know that this is wrong. But they can't be seen by their increasingly radical base of doing anything that would be perceived as helping President Trump. So here we are. The conditions have been set, the landscape has been made, and it's time for action. I would argue that this isn't actually even a new phenomenon. This has been a slow-moving disaster 25 years in the making. After the 2000 elections, Democrats met at a private retreat to strategize how to maximally obstruct the Republicans, 25 years ago. A couple of leftist Harvard professors concocted an idea: filibuster the executive calendar. The minority leader wasn't done there. Just yesterday, he blew up our entire system on a voice vote, on voice voting in the Senate. When push came to shove, he would rather blow up all the norms of this place to hold on to the power that is slipping away from him. He's going to have another test when it comes to continuing resolution, but we're dealing with this right now. The decisions of the minority leader over the course of the last 25 years has led us to this place. So if anybody uses the term gone nuclear, just understand we're having to deal with the nuclear option that has already been executed on the Senate chamber, which is to say, we're filibustering everything, and there's no unanimous consent on anything. That's the nuclear option, and we have to react to it. One final note here. What we're really trying to do is restore the balance, and using a proposal that was submitted by a couple of our Democrat colleagues in the last year or two. In their words, and this is, by the way, voting in block, their words, not my words, the showdown of the confirmation, quote, the showdown of the confirmation process that we've seen in the Senate under the last several administrations is preventing key officials from taking up their positions. The in block proposal being referred to is, quote, this common sense reform will help improve efficiency and make sure we're able to fill positions that are vital to our national security, economic success, and more. When the Democrats proposed that solution very recently, 62% of Biden's nominees had already been confirmed by voice vote. So think about that. 2/3 of his people were in place, and they were calling for the reform. Guess how many have been confirmed by voice vote now? 0%. So, we're going to take them up on their offer of reform. And I appreciate the majority leader moving this forward to restore, again, the very important balance that our founders knew was necessary for this republic to survive. America demands no less. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I want to begin by thanking our colleagues, particularly from Oklahoma and Alabama, for leading the working group that was appointed by the majority leader to try to solve this problem. In their typical deliberative and careful and thoughtful fashion, they could have come up with a lot of ideas that would, I think, perhaps overreach. But rather than do that, they've come up with a solution that Democrats themselves have proposed, which to me strikes me as the epitome of fairness. But there are three main points I want to make before I sort of summarize where I think we are. First of all, as my colleagues have eloquently noted, we have exhausted virtually every other alternative to this vote to overrule the parliamentarian and establish a new precedent, which is an alternative to a formal rule change which takes 67 votes. But we know our colleagues will never vote for that, leaving us no alternative but to invoke what is sometimes called the nuclear option. But as our colleague from Missouri just pointed out, this is really not so much a nuclear option as a restoration option. This is restoring the Senate to the way it used to work, not just before President Trump was reelected, but for the last couple hundred years, where we had an orderly process to consider a president's nominees, a committee process to vet them, and then a debate and a vote on the Senate floor, so that the mandate of the voters in the presidential election can be carried out by the president. So we've tried virtually everything else, but I'm going to give them one last chance here in a minute. But then as I've been thinking about it, what have we been doing while we've spent hour upon hour, day upon day, week upon week, trying to move through all these various Senate-confirmed nominees with no help, not just no help, but with active obstruction by our Democratic colleagues. I think about all the other things that we could be working on, even together, bipartisan solutions to our nation's biggest problems and challenges. Economists call that opportunity cost. In other words, when you're mired down in this mindless obstruction and blocking any nominee just because they happen to be nominated by President Trump, you're missing the opportunity to do other important things. And I know all of my colleagues, all 100 of us, came here to hopefully do important things. And that has been the source of great consternation and disappointment, I know, to many of us. But then I think about the people who have been nominated by President Trump. I've had them tell me this is an honor of a lifetime. People who've enjoyed tremendous success in business or in their professional life, to then give all that up in order to serve their country. These are patriots. And it is profoundly unfair to them, to their families, and to the American people to continue to block these nominees and leave them basically hanging in the wind. I've talked to many of them myself, these nominees, asking, Senator, when can I expect a vote on the Senate floor? I said, well, I don't know. Many of them have said, well, I've had to quit my job or sell my business. I've had to go through a rigorous vetting process for ethics and legal conflicts of interest, and I'm waiting. And my family is waiting, not knowing whether we will be going to maybe an embassy somewhere around the world or serve in some other important position here in Washington, D.C. in the Trump administration. So this is profoundly unfair to them. And we wonder whether we are having a hard time getting good people to want to serve in government. Well, thankfully, there are still people who are willing to do it despite the way they get treated when they are nominated. Thank goodness there's still good people who want to serve. Our nation depends on it. But just to summarize, More than 140 of President Trump's nominees are waiting to be voted on as we speak. I don't know how you argue the converse of what I feel to be the vote on the nominations. And the American people are the ones who actually gave him that mandate. And this is a kick in the teeth, a punch in the gut to those voters who voted for President Trump in this last election, expecting that he would bring change to Washington, D.C. But he can't accomplish that mandate without his team. As we've heard, Senate Democrats are now engaged in an unprecedented level of obstruction, preventing these nominees from being confirmed, burning up all the floor time when we're in session on waiting around to vote on these nominees, most of whom in the past would have been confirmed by a voice vote or some sort of expedited process, by consent even, but not with Donald J. Trump as president. Democrats have taken a completely different approach and obstructing each and every one of his nominees. Most of these individuals are uncontroversial. I remember the other day we were voting on General Counsel for Advocacy for the Small Business Administration. And I asked myself, what is that? And yes, maybe, just maybe, we should limit the number of Senate-confirmed positions. I think that might be a good exercise to go through and see, are there people who currently require Senate confirmation that it really isn't necessary because they only serve for a short period of time under the leadership of maybe a cabinet-confirmed, a member of the president's cabinet that is Senate-confirmed. But under President George Herbert Walker Bush and President Clinton, 98% of those nominees were confirmed by unanimous consent. Under George W. Bush and President Obama, 90% were confirmed by unanimous consent. That's no debate, no argument, just a unanimous consent request without objection, so ordered. During President Trump's first term in office, only 65% were, so you can see the slide from 98 to 90 to 65, and what we've also learned is what goes around comes around. President Biden, his number was 57%. But that's a far cry from what we've seen in President Trump's second term, with zero of these non-controversial nominees, patriots who want nothing but to serve their country, being denied that opportunity out of blind partisan obstruction, mindless obstruction. And the only way it can be explained, the senator from Missouri mentioned Trump derangement syndrome, and this is it in all of its ugly manifestation. There's no other explanation. Now, changing the Senate rules is not something we do lightly, because we know what comes around, but the truth is, Republicans are more than willing to live with the change in the rules when Democrats are in the majority, when there's a Democrat president, which someday there may well be. So we are acting on behalf of all senators, of all presidents, of all nominees, and the entire American people when we say something has to change, and we are going to change it this week. I know all of us would prefer to deal with this in some way other than overruling the parliamentarian and invoking the so-called nuclear option, but we've exhausted all of the other possibilities. With one exception, perhaps. In a moment, I'm going to propose a unanimous consent request on a resolution that would allow the majority leader to call up at least 10 nominees advanced out of the same committee to be considered for a vote in block or all together. This is something very similar to that which the chairman of the Rules Committee, Senator Klobuchar from Minnesota, and Angus King, an independent from Maine, had proposed in 2023. And if Democrats were really interested in solving the problem, if they were really interested in restoring the Senate to its previous reputation as the world's greatest deliberative body, they wouldn't object, they would agree. It's their idea. But what remains to be seen is whether Senate Democrats will agree to their own proposal. If Senate Democrats will consent to this proposal, which I will propound momentarily, which will allow en bloc consideration of nominees, then we can avoid a rule change. But if they block this resolution, they will show their true colors. They will show that this is not about deliberation. This is not about what's in the best interest of the American people. This is not about genuine oversight. This is naked, partisan obstruction. It will then be clear to all of us across the country that Democrat objections to changing the rules have nothing to do with preserving the institutional integrity of the Senate, and more to do with their crusade against President Trump and the American people who elected him last November the 5th. We'll see if Senate Democrats would prefer to continue their historic obstruction or whether they would consent to let us carry out the essential function of this chamber to provide a vote. That's all we're asking for, is a vote on the nominations. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Rules and Administration be discharged from further consideration of S-Res 379 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Reserving the right to object. I've been listening to my colleague from Texas, and part of what he said a couple of times over the last several minutes was looking for some sort of explanation as to why Democrats are doing what we're doing. So let me attempt to respond to that. Can't help but observe that my colleague from Texas and Senate Republicans like to point out that Senate Democrats were proposing reforms to the nominations process in 2024. Yes, just last year. That's not a secret. A formal proposal was introduced. The Senate Rules Committee, of which I was a member and am now serving as ranking member this session, held a public hearing on these issues just over a year ago. There have been bipartisan discussions about these issues going back years. Senate Democrats led a bipartisan effort in 2024 for changes that would take effect in 2025. Now, why are those dates important? Because these proposals were made back when the outcome of last year's presidential election was unknown. Like, that's the ultimate fair way to do it. That's the way to get bipartisan support. These ideas are good or not good. You support them or don't support, regardless of who's president, which party is in power. But unfortunately, Senate Republicans at the time showed little interest in these reforms, not just last summer, even late into 2024. Can't help but observe that at the time they were engaging in their own unprecedented obstruction and blockades of President Biden's nominees. One Republican senator, held up routine promotions at the Department of Defense for nearly a year. Yes, I said Department of Defense, by the way. And they were planning to use these same tactics if then Vice President Harris had been elected president. But now with Donald Trump back in the White House, surprise, surprise, they're ready and set to make all these changes immediately. The truth is, we shouldn't be in this situation. On that much, I guess we do agree. But I'm not just talking about the process. Not just talking about the process. Since the beginning of the second Trump administration, this Senate has been faced with an unprecedented number of highly extreme and unqualified, unfit nominees. Many nominees whose stated goal is to dismantle the departments and agencies and programs with which they're being nominated to lead. Meanwhile, this administration is unlawfully impounding funds, firing people in droves, and abolishing agencies created by Congress. Actions that, if this Senate and Congress as a whole was living up to its responsibility as a separate but co-equal branch of government, the branch that's supposed to be providing oversight, accountability, that's so lacking by the majority. Yet, still, given all that, Senate Democrats have been willing to negotiate. We've been partners in good faith. There was even a bipartisan agreement on the table just before the August recess that we just returned from, a proposal that would expedite some of the less objectionable nominees. All the administration had to do was accommodate some reasonable requests, bipartisan requests, for that matter, from a number of senators. Now, that's the normal process. Presidents and administrations of both parties have cooperated with senators from both parties for decades to ensure confirmation of nominees. But Trump rejected that option just weeks ago. The president himself told Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats to, quote, go to hell before the recess. Those three words are the perfect summary of how this president views Congress. It shows his contempt for Congress. And that's why we're in this situation when it comes to his nominees. Many, again, of whom are extreme and unfit in so many unprecedented ways. Talk about unprecedented. The way this administration is behaving is unprecedented. This is not normal. Now, it's clear that the president rejected a reasonable bipartisan agreement before the recess, and I appreciate my Republican colleagues' new interest in the 2024 proposal to reform the nomination process. So in that spirit of bipartisan cooperation, I think this is a very good chance that we can pass this with a very simple amendment to make the resolution effective January 20th, 2029. Nobody here knows who the president will be then. Nobody knows which party will control the White House or be in the majority in this body by then. Nobody can predict that, and that's exactly the point. If the rule is good, then let's do it not knowing who is going to be in power when it takes effect. So I invite discussion, negotiation about the effective date in this resolution, or, as my colleague from Texas suggested, maybe even revisiting the list of which nominees should require Senate confirmation. But this resolution doesn't even begin to discuss or address that. So as this resolution is currently drafted, it is unacceptable, and therefore I object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, of course, I'm disappointed that our colleagues from California are objecting on behalf of the Democrats in the chamber. But I just want to summarize what I think I heard him say. First, Democrats are prepared to hold all these nominees hostage pending some sort of agreement. Well, you heard from the senator from Alabama, the senator from Missouri, the senator from Oklahoma, all talk about the endless discussions with individual members of the Senate Democrats, many of whom are sympathetic to the problem, but were powerless to change it. Because the leadership, the minority leader, the senator from New York, who controls that caucus, would not hear of any sort of negotiation. We're all accustomed to negotiating around here. We do it on a daily basis. But we have tried in good faith every possible permutation short of this action that we are taking today. But I have to ask, is it in good faith to say, let's wait until 2029 to change the rules? What's President Trump supposed to do over the next 3 years? Govern with one arm tied behind his back without the team he was elected, that he has selected to help him govern the country? He won the election on last November the 5th. He got a mandate. People are sick and tired of the status quo here in Washington, D.C. They want to see change. They want to see things shaken up. But now Democrats are saying you've got to wait until 2029. That's obviously unacceptable. And then finally, I would just point out, we could have offered a number of different solutions to this problem, some that perhaps would advantage Republicans and disadvantage Democrats. But we haven't done that. We said, let's take a Democratic proposal from 2023 and offer that. Surely they think that's reasonable since they themselves have proposed it in the first instance. But what we've just heard is that Democrats won't even agree to that. Their own proposal, their own idea. So to me, it's abundantly clear that we've exhausted all the opportunities for negotiation. We've vetted a number of different alternatives, but it is this all-consuming, mindless, partisan objection to President Trump and his policies that are blinding our Democratic colleagues from doing what they know is right, which is to having a way with debate and with votes to give the American people a president who has a team to carry through the policies that they voted for on November the 5th. So, Mr. President, I am disappointed but not surprised. But I think we've done everything we can. This obstruction has to end, and it will end very soon.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the nomination.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question's on the nomination. Yeas and nays, is there a sufficient second? It appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Capito, Cornyn, Curtis, Langford, Thune. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Klobuchar, Lujan, Padilla, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt? Aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
He's going to try to look in the archive folder. Okay. What you can do is you can prep.
Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Durbin, no.
And then take that copy.
Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 45. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid on the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Not yet.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider executive calendar number 1, Senate Resolution 377, and I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there sufficient second?
Mr. President.
There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
Mr. President,
The Democratic leader.
I make a point of order that a motion to proceed to executive calendar number 1, SRES 377, is not in order because legislation that provides for the en bloc consideration of individual nominations on the executive calendar is legislative business. Therefore, such a resolution should be required to be considered in legislative session.
In the opinion of the chair, the Senate has not previously considered this question. Therefore, the chair, under the provisions of Rule 20, submits the question to the Senate for its decision. The question is a resolution for the en bloc consideration of specific nominations on the executive calendar required to be considered in legislative session?
Mr. President, I move to table and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Thank you. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Cassidy, Cornyn, Kramer, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Senators voting. Senators voting in the negative. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hirono, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Peters, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Smith, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Marshall, aye.
Yeas are 52.
Mr. Deans, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The question now occurs on the motion to proceed to executive session to consider executive calendar number 1, Senate Resolution 337. The yeas and nays were Senate Resolution 377. The yeas and nays were previously ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Ossobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Aye. Thank you. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman. I got you. I will. I got him. Thank you. No, no. Thank you, thank you. Thanks, bye. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mr. Gallego. Yeah. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham.
Hey, Steve, hang on. Sullivan, aye. Just in case, tomorrow night.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. I did not, thank you.
Come and eat some of that. That's
Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Budd, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. And Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. I have you. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Thank you. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 45, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Executive Calendar Number 1, Senate Resolution 377, authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for Executive Calendar Number 1, SRES 377.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on Executive Calendar Number 1, Senate Resolution 377, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
As if in an executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to Executive Calendar 101, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to Executive Calendar 102, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to Executive Calendar 104, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to Executive Calendar 146, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to Executive Calendar 147, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to Executive Calendar 148, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to Executive Calendar number 150, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to Executive Calendar number 174, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
Point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to Executive Calendar number 175, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 187, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 188, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
It is the opinion of the chair that the point of order is sustained, and it is the opinion of the chair the nomination will be returned to committee.
Mr. President, as if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 189, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
After consideration, the point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 190, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
Stunningly, the point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
Mr. President, as if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 191, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The chair is out of adjectives, and the point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 193, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 194, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 195, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 287, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 288, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
Point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 308, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 309, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 343, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained. The nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 351, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
I understand that there are two bills at the desk, and I ask for their first reading en bloc.
The clerk will read the titles of the bills for the first time.
S-2748, a bill to establish a program to beautify the District of Columbia and to establish the District of Columbia Safe and Beautiful Commission and for other purposes. H.R. 4553, an act making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
I now ask for a second reading, and I object to my own request, all en bloc.
Objection having been heard, the bills will receive their second reading on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Rick Berger and Brad Patout, members of Senator Wicker's committee staff, be granted full floor passes for the remainder of the consideration of calendar number 115 S2296 FY 2026 National Defense Authorization Act.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, September 10th. That following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of calendar number 115 S2296, the National Defense Authorization Act.
Without objection. So ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Whitehouse.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, sailors and pilots know to look out for dangerous weather ahead. Politicians can get lost in the moment. We are on the verge of a major economic shock, but Congress is lost in the moment, not paying attention. Well, when that economic shock hits, I want people to know how and why we failed to protect them. The shock is simple. Climate change makes property insurance unpredictable, so insurance prices soar, insurers withdraw from high-risk regions, and fake or flimsy insurance populates the market. As the insurance market goes, so goes the mortgage market, given the many linkages between insurance and mortgages. As mortgage markets fail, property values fall, since there is way less demand for real estate properties that are unmortgageable. The combination threatens a reprise of the 2008 Great Recession or worse. It's what economists call systemic risk, the scariest word in the economic lexicon because it means the damage cascades throughout the entire economy, hitting everyone. Remember 2008. Everybody hurt. This cascade is pretty broadly predicted by insurers, economists, bankers, regulators, even the big short guy who predicted the Great Recession. The Economist magazine has warned of a $25 trillion hit to global real estate values. Yes, I said trillion. Even climate-shy Fed Chair Powell predicted whole regions of the U.S. would soon go without mortgages. So, why the big fail here? Why aren't we paying attention to the great climate insurance collapse that is looming and predicted? To understand that, you have to understand the 4 phases of climate denial. because fossil fuel-funded climate denial is the root of the danger. Phase one of climate denial for the fossil fuel industry was simple: bury the evidence. Decades ago, many decades ago, scientists in the fossil fuel industry warned about climate change. Exxon, Chevron, Shell, American Petroleum Institute, all got internal warnings decades ago of the danger ahead. Instead of facing up to the problem and looking for solutions, they buried the evidence and acted as if they'd never been told. Just keep it secret was phase one. Phase two was to begin actively misleading the public. Two things coincided to kick off phase two. One was scientists outside the fossil fuel industry beginning to publicly discuss the climate dangers of fossil fuel combustion. And not just fringe scientists either, but leading scientists from places like NASA. NASA's pretty good with science, you know, man on the moon, rovers driving around Mars. Anyway, Congress perked up, hearings were held, and what Exxon and others knew was brought out into the public daylight. The second thing that kicked off phase two was a federal court decision against the tobacco industry and its front groups for fraudulently misleading the public about the dangers of tobacco. Federal Judge Gladys Kessler, God rest her soul, she passed away 2 years ago in March, put the tobacco industry and its front groups under court order to stop the lying and knock off the fraud. No more lying, no more fraud. That decision put the tobacco industry's denial operation out of work, at least on tobacco. But it gave fossil fuel a prefab denial operation to take over. And suddenly, a lot of people and a lot of front groups who had been expert in how tobacco smoke wasn't bad for you suddenly became expert in how fossil fuel emissions wouldn't wreck the Earth's climate. So that kicked off phase two, with public recognition of the dangers and attention of Congress. The tobacco fraud operation became the fossil fuel fraud operation. Same entities, same people, same tactics. For years, the fossil fuel industry used that operation and actually expanded and multiplied that tobacco operation to sow false doubt about climate science and to fraudulently suggest we'd all be worse off if we solved the fossil fuel emissions problem. One sidebar here. That all seems terribly expensive. Well, yes and no. Yes, in that billions and billions of dollars were spent on the climate denial fraud operation. Just the work to capture the Supreme Court so it would be friendly to fossil fuel polluters has been estimated at roughly $600 million. And that work was just one aspect of the vast climate denial fraud operation. On the other hand, you have to understand what the climate denial fraud operation was protecting. The fossil fuel industry floats on the biggest economic subsidy in human history, thanks to its free-to-pollute business model. The value to fossil fuel interests of that subsidy from being allowed to pollute for free has been calculated by the International Monetary Fund at north of $600 billion every year. Every single year, $600+ billion worth of free pollution that we all pay for in various ways. Honest calculations of what's called the social cost of carbon pollution differ a bit, but they're all in the hundreds of billions of dollars. So when the fossil fuel industry picked up the tobacco fraud operation and multiplied it, cost was no object. Imagine, for example, if they spent $6 billion a year on their climate fraud operation. That pays them back over $100 every year for every single dollar spent. If they spent $60 billion a year, it's a 10-to-1 payback. It makes the climate fraud operation likely the most lucrative segment of the fossil fuel industry. So let's just say phase 2 was robust. Over 100 front groups, billions of dollars, stables of fake scientists, massive Madison Avenue propaganda campaigns, even attack goons to go after scientists and reporters. It was and is probably the biggest fraud operation in history. But a fair campaign of lies against truth, even with billions of dollars behind the lies, won't guarantee a win for the lies. So phase 2, even with all of its billions, had its limits. That brings us to phase 3, unleashed by the Citizens United decision, a truly toxic decision delivered by an all-Republican panel of 5 on the Supreme Court. That decision did 2 things. One, as a legal matter, it unleashed infinite special interest money into our political system. 2, as a practical matter, it allowed that money to be anonymous, what's called dark money, flowing into the political system through front groups that obscure the actual donor, keeping citizens in the dark about who's who in the political arena and who's behind what they're being told. Basic information to accomplish the office of citizen in this great republic denied to the citizens. The fossil fuel industry sought that decision, was prepared for that decision, and moved aggressively to flood dark money into elections. It's a whole separate speech about fossil fuels' role in that Citizens United decision. But the important thing was that they won. Dark money corruption now could buttress climate denial fraud. In the contest between truth and lies, lies now had not only billions, but an enormous new dark money thumb on the political scale. There's a famous saying that it's hard to get someone to understand something when their salary depends on them not understanding it. Thank you, Upton Sinclair. Well, right away, the Republican Party came to depend on that fossil fuel money. And no surprise, its understanding of climate change vanished. It wasn't always like this. It was not always like this. Not on corruption, not on climate denial. Super PACs didn't even used to exist. Non-disclosing 501c4s stayed out of political elections. Entities like Donors Trust that exist solely to launder off donor identities just were not a thing. Shadowy political front groups and shell corporations weren't even worth setting up until secret political spending could surge into the billions. That whole new, corrupting, toxic political ecosystem has developed to enable dark money power. It's all new, and it all stinks. Climate denial is the same. In the 3 years after I came to the Senate and before the toxic decision in Citizens United, big, beautiful, bipartisan Senate climate bills were common. I can think of 4 offhand, real ones that would have really reduced emissions. And Republican presidential candidate John McCain ran in 2008 on a perfectly decent climate platform. No denial, no fraud. Please remember, it once was that way. Then, Citizens United was decided in January of 2010, and since that day, there has not been a single serious bipartisan climate bill in the Senate. Not one. The echocardiogram of bipartisan Senate climate action blipped and flatlined. Now, for over 15 years, the combination of the fossil fuel industry's massive climate denial fraud operation and the fossil fuel industry's massive dark money political corruption operation was a deadly combination. It was lethal. Just as the fossil fuel industry intended, these crooked, semi-covert operations protected its annual $600+ billion freedom to pollute subsidy. And the pollution spewed and spewed and spewed. The legendary political wheeler-dealer Mark Hanna said, "There are 2 things that are important in politics. The first is money, and I can't remember what the second one is." Historian John Barry observed, "When you mix politics and science, you get politics." Up against that kind of money in politics, science never stood a chance against fossil fuels' lies. Now, we're in phase 4. The phase where an increasingly desperate fossil fuel operation switches from defense to offense, burying the evidence, running the climate denial fraud operation, and corrupting politics with dark money. All were essentially defense. At all costs, protect that free to pollute $600+ billion annual subsidy. Phase 4 is different. Phase 4 is fossil fuel on offense, using the power of government to crush fossil fuels' clean energy competition. Phase 4 kicked off with Trump. Fossil fuel may be an evil industry in its politics, but it's not a stupid one. It knows it's losing. It sees the clean energy cost trends. It knows free, clean fuels like the sun and wind must inevitably win. It knows that a commodity's price set by a foreign cartel will sooner or later blow up in its face. It knows that polluting for free, contrary to moral as well as economic and environmental principles, can only be protected for so long. It knows that last year, 95% of new power coming onto the grid in the United States was clean power: wind, solar, and battery storage. Fossil fuel knows its days are numbered. So, it has infiltrated the Trump administration and is running the United States government for its own benefit from the inside. There's a kind of wasp, a wasp that injects its larvae into another bug. And its larvae then take over the command and control systems of that unfortunate bug from the inside. The larvae drive the bug around like you or I might drive a car around, except that the larvae are eating it from the inside at the same time. That's a good image to keep in mind about the corrupt Trump regime and who's driving it. Under Trump, the government of the United States is being driven by those fossil fuel larvae to attack cheaper, cleaner, less subsidized energy competitors that are winning against polluting fossil fuel. There was a time when Republicans used to say, government shouldn't pick winners and losers. Like so many vanishing Republican principles, what a laugh that one now is. Trump asked this industry for $1 billion in campaign cash. And who knows what he got, but it was provably hundreds of millions. The Republican Party is as dependent on fossil fuel dark money as a deep-sea diver is on his air hose. Pinch that flow just a little, and the diver will dance whatever jig he's told to dance to get his airflow back. So, Republicans dance the fossil fuel denial fraud jig. Just a highlights reel is enough to expose the rot. Trump's energy executive order denied that solar and wind energy were even energy, violating the very dictionary. Republicans went to bat using the Congressional Review Act to defend the worst methane leakers, the ones that weren't even meeting their own industry standards. Keep leaking, guys, was the message. Senate Republicans even went nuclear, overruling our parliamentarian to undo the auto emission standards followed by much of the country. Never mind the damage to the auto industry. Trump illegally shut down nearly finished wind farms whose clean electrons would displace gas-generated electrons as soon as next year. Those clean electrons also save consumers tens of millions. Less pollution, more savings. We can't have that, said Republicans. They've even undone the social cost of carbon rules, as if the pollution wasn't real, and are trying to undo the endangerment finding, as if the pollution isn't a danger. It's all a pack of lies and nonsense, but it has a purpose: crush America's clean energy industry. It's a separate speech what economic damage that does to America in international competition as the rest of the world moves to clean energy and we get left behind. So where are we? Thanks to fossil fuels' massive climate denial fraud and dark money political corruption, storm clouds loom ahead. Florida is our preview of coming attractions. An insurance market in grave distress, mortgage markets beginning to tremble, middle-class families finding it hard to sell homes. The chief economist of Freddie Mac some years ago predicted this cascade from insurance to mortgages to property values to what he then called a coastal property values crash that would hit the entire economy like the 2008 Great Recession. Note that word coastal. Well, it's not just coastal anymore. Wildfire now matches coastal as an added threat that can trigger that economic cascade into collapse. On top of that looms the long-predicted carbon bubble. What's the carbon bubble? That's when the fossil fuel industry collapses in a sudden and disorderly fashion because we were irresponsible about a gradual and reliable energy transition. And by the way, it's not coastal or wildfire or carbon bubble collapse. All three could happen. Each collapse making the others faster and more deep and dangerous and painful. Remember Hemingway's notorious line that you go broke gradually and then all at once. What could provoke this already gradual collapse to suddenly go all at once? Well, there are a lot of ways this could happen. One is related to OPEC. Say a low-cost oil and gas producer like Saudi Arabia decides to sell fuel at cost rather than at the OPEC cartel price. When they see it's time to make the move for the exits and sell what they can while they still can. When they do that, the American fossil fuel industry rapidly collapses because our fossil fuel industry can no longer compete. It's only profitable at puffed up OPEC cartel prices, not at the prices Saudi Arabia could bring to the market if it chose to. So instant crash. Here's another scenario. Fannie and Freddie, the mortgage giants, stop accepting mortgages insured by Florida's flimsy pop-up property insurance companies, over a dozen of which have already gone bust since Hurricane Irma in 2017. It is a huge taxpayer liability for Freddie and Fannie to assume all that risk without credible insurance. Local Florida banks won't hold those mortgages because the 30-year risk to a bank is not survivable. Florida becomes a region, Chairman Powell predicted, where you can't get mortgages anymore. A massive asset repricing then follows that triggers systemic economic damage, perhaps even cascading globally, as The Economist magazine warned. The trustee sign that I've worked with all these years through hundreds of speeches is time to wake up. I'm not sure we can save ourselves any longer. We've blown so many chances. The remaining pathway to climate safety is steep and narrowing, and the climate chasm deepens by the day. The evil forces that put us in this danger are more powerful, desperate, and malevolent than ever. The massive economic shock so many foresee could come next week, next month, or next year. It may now be too late to prevent it. It may now be too late to wake up. I hope we can pull this off, but our chances have really slimmed. So I'm here because I for damn sure want people to know why we got to this dangerous precipice and who is to blame. Chalk it up to a massive, semi-covert operation of industrial-scale disinformation and dark money influence run against our country from within by a polluting industry fighting to pollute for free, and by the politicians who enabled it for money. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.